Read it to me, Snipes.
We still have 12 hours to Australia.
Mucinex lasts 12 hours, so I'm good. Now move.
Mucinex lasts 3 times longer for 12 hours. The #1 brand doctors trust. Are you ready for a cuteness overload? Join Janae Norman for all the spills, thrills, and chills of adorable little ones from around the globe. Mom! Oh, baby. Heart of Litton's Weekend Adventure.
They say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. For Rashard Johnson, his first step towards becoming a successful business owner will be landing his first customer. So he's pounding the pavement, passing out business cards, and doing everything he can to get that first client. The work is hard, and it comes with no guarantee of immediate success.
You can have all the education in the world, you can know everything, but you need to shoot leather. You've got to go out and walk and meet people and get your business marketed.
Doing this, you get a lot of rejection, but the more I go through it, the more confident I'll become, because all I need is that one yes at this point, and that's all I'm looking for is the yes. I'm not even gonna lie, it looks simple, but going out there advertising is just like working an 8-hour shift. That's exactly how I feel at the end of the day. But at the same time, it's exciting because I'm taking a new step that I never took before.
Rashard can't allow his struggles to get the best of him because he's not just doing this for himself.
I miss you. You look pretty today. You watching this scene just show me this is what I'm doing this for. This is right here what I'm doing this for.
1 year ago, the Big Ten would have just began their COVID condensed, shortened 2020 season. Fast forward a year later, here, October the 23rd, the Penn State Lions coming off of a bye week following a loss 2 weeks ago at Iowa by a final score of 23-20. The Nittany Lions host the Illinois Fighting Illini on homecoming. Thank you for tuning in and listening to my live watch-along audio-only reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with that thumbs up button. Share, hashtag college football, hashtag Illinois, hashtag Penn State, as this is the first blue and white home game in 3 weeks since the stripe-out win over Indiana to cap off the 4-game homestand that Penn State had to begin the season following, of course, at Wisconsin. Week 1, 5-0, now 5-1, coming off of a loss and a bye week, as mentioned. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. It is homecoming for the blue and white. They will also be wearing their Generations of Greatness throwback uniforms. Quarterback controversy, a little bit of a situation at QB with, of course, and I really probably shouldn't even call it a controversy by any means, but Penn State is banged up. Of course, Sean Clifford went down at Iowa with a undisclosed injury. From what I could tell, of course, since then, James Franklin has been quiet. He normally always is quiet about injuries to begin with, though, so it is what it is. Of course, Penn State also suffered a few other injuries against the Hawkeyes 2 weeks ago as well. But, of course, even with the loss in a game Penn State should have still won without Sean Clifford as he went down early second quarter. Of course, turnovers, you can't turn the ball over and not be able to run the football either and still expect to win. But in weather today, it finally feels like fall. Mid-50s, it's raining, it's cold, it's wet. Penn State needs to be able to run the football today, even as a 25-point home favorite against Brett Bielema's Illinois Fighting Illini in his first season back, of course, in the Big Ten, as always, coming at halftime with his former school in Wisconsin. They play Indiana, or a school from Indiana, as Indiana actually hosts Ohio State later on tonight in Purdue. So as always, coming up halftime, first half stats and scores. Take a look around college football as well, so stay tuned. Kickoff coming up momentarily. 12 noon on ABC, Illinois, Penn State from Beaver Stadium right here in Happy Valley. Generations of Greatness is homecoming. The end zones are painted up a little bit differently as well, donning the 1960s, 70s, and early 80s look with the blue and white diamonds and the blue and white PSU football dead center. We'll see who's on the call for ABC. I have no idea, but we're about to kick off here coming up in a second. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. But no, Sean Clifford, as mentioned, with what I could tell, it was a left side injury. Whether that's a left shoulder, rib, hip, knee, I don't know. I felt more ribs than anything else because when he walked off a couple weeks ago, he was fine. It seemed like. Of course, you don't know what's going on underneath those pads. ESPN on ABC. It is raining. It is cold and wet. Illinois is going to run this football today, open up the play action. This Illinois team that Penn State's going to see today for the first time since the Big Ten Champions Week, 6 days before Christmas last year, 2 feet of snow a few days prior, now it's raining. It's going to be a lot what Bielema did at Wisconsin and at Arkansas. Of course, he's been an assistant the past few years in the National Football League, but now back as a head man in college, back in the Big Ten as well, in his home state in which he grew up in Illinois, taking over the State University in Champaign. And because it is October, the S-Zone in Penn State's original colors, it is Generation of Greatness as well, so why the hell not? The pink and black Block S and the blue and white are about to take the field. They'll show the entrance once again on TV, as we also have a few other games about to kick off as well. Of course, Illinois, Penn State, Northwestern Michigan, along with Oklahoma and Kansas, and Wake Forest Army. We'll dive into the Generations of Greatness uniforms as well, as there is head coach in his 8th year, former Vanderbilt head man for 3 years before he got the Penn State job, in which he's going to be a candidate for a prime SEC opening in a few months, if he isn't already. James Franklin. We'll dive into USC and LSU as well. My opinion, top candidate for both jobs. We'll see what the future holds. Illinois quarterback, as Penn State, of course, talk about QBs right here in Happy Valley. Minus, of course, Micah Bowens and Michael Johnson Jr., who knows, if they were still on the roster, would they have played 2 weeks ago? But you know, at the same time, they're no longer with the program. They transferred after last year anyway. And, hell, they're not even starting for where they went in Oklahoma and Florida Atlantic. Go back to the Iowa game, yeah, coaching staff should have had Taekwon a little bit more prepared to enter, but still, can't turn the football over as many times as they did. Even with questionable touchdown calls, and not be able to run the football either. And like I said, still have a chance, expect to win. But no, Illinois, they have 2 Big Ten transfers at quarterback. One in Brandon Peters, of course, who was formerly at Michigan, and then Art Skowski, who was formerly at Rutgers. As mentioned, coming at halftime, we'll dive into the Big Ten, see what's going on this week. We'll actually recap last week in a whole as well, because of course Penn State was off with a bye week, no college football as of late right here on the channel. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to subscribe. Of course, stats and scores in the first half. See what else is going on. High noon here this Saturday, late October, and preview, of course, the rest of the week. Games still to come tonight and then next week as well, as Penn State will go to Columbus to take on the Ohio State Buckeyes next Saturday night. 7:30 prime time on ABC. No, but today I felt with Clifford, of course, coming off injury, it was a rib injury. Now, who knows how much he practiced? I know Franklin said that during his practice press conference on Wednesday, that day wasn't the first time he's practiced. Of course, that was just the first time the media was present in the past week and a half. Of course, following the loss at Iowa. But, entering today, well, is it going to be Clifford? Is he going to be good enough to go? Is it going to be Taquan Roberson starting? Maybe Christian Veilleux, the true freshman from Canada? From what I've heard, Sean Clifford will in fact start today with the ones for Penn State during the homecoming Generations of Greatness Illinois matchup here in this Big Ten East, Big Ten West crossover matchup. So black shoes, basic blues, no names, all game. Penn State actually not wearing black shoes today. They'll be wearing white cleats during their Generations of Greatness uniform attire today, as those were also worn back in the late 1970s during the 79 Sugar Bowl against Alabama. Of course, numbers on helmets. Okay, Penn State won the toss, deferred their option in the second half. They'll kick off from the north to the south end zone, respectively. Illinois back deep to receive. Undisclosed injury. I feel it's a rib injury. I do. Clifford showed confidence to James Franklin and the coaching staff. Okay, no extra protection or braces, which is a little, honestly, I'd like to have that, especially if he just went down with one, but maybe he just feels more comfortable not wearing one and he'll take a shot. I don't know. So touchback, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Fighting Illini from the 25, going right to left. Across your television screen, radio, and audio dials. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Illinois with a Week 1 win at home against Nebraska, and then ever since it's been downhill. But first play of the game today, a 10-yard run by Brown before Jair Brown, made the stop for the Nittany Lions on defense. They'll give him 9 officially. He's short. 2nd and 1. Under center is Art Skowski. Number 9 himself is going to fake the give to Chase Brown, who just picked up 9. And number 9 is going to go deep down the near sideline, and Penn State is going to get a defensive pass interference called against them. It'll be on number 5, Trick Castro Fields, and that's a good call. That's 15 yards. That's an automatic first down. Yes, thank you. We know. Also now underway, Northwestern Michigan, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Wake Forest Army. Today's slate, not as deep as it has been the first month and a half of the year, but hell, it's still football season. There's college football on this Saturday, so I'm not going to complain. Penn State's back on after a bye week. Of course, like I said, bye week couldn't have come at a better time following that Iowa loss. In a game they still should have won, and it really would have been a whole lot different, I'd say, if Clifford, of course, did not go down with an injury. But Brown on the give, almost 20 yards on the run before Arnold Ebiketie makes a stop. So a minute into this game, Illinois is moving the ball downfield, pounding the rock, as expected with a Brett Bielema offense. Run the football, open up the play action. Of course, they went deep, got a pass interference, called against Penn State as well, and, well, they're knocking on the door here. From the 32, motion man, going to fake the end around, roll out, and then Skowski going to be picked off. Curtis Jacobs, 23 on the pick. That's why you don't throw off your back foot, folks. He was dumping it off to his back coming out of the backfield in the flat far side, and Bielema, not necessarily laying into him, but telling him, hey, just be smarter. You can't do stupid shit like this. And, yeah, Penn State has some good pressure on that play, and then Curtis Jacobs with an interception. And it's a little behind the intended target, number 2, Chase Brown, as well. So, just good defense by Penn State there. And Clifford is, in fact, starting for the Nittany Lions. And they're going to hand off. Kevon Lee, who's going to lose 4 yards back to the 30. It'll be 2nd and 14. So, not a good start for Penn State on offense by any means, but at least the defense, as they've done all season long, it felt bad, so bad for them. They played their hearts out 2 weeks ago. And, of course, yeah, gave up 3 more points, but defense played stellar against Iowa. And like I said, Penn State did not deserve to lose that game, but they did. Iowa won, Penn State lost, that's that. You know, move on. 2nd and 13 officially, and Parker Washington in motion. Hand off Kevon Lee again, and nowhere for him to go. So Penn State trying to establish his running game because, of course, they know as much as we do, they don't have one. Whether it's Noah Cain, Kevon Lee, John Lovett, Devin Ford, Keziah Holmes, I don't care. Find a running game. You got to go by committee as well, as mentioned in the past few weeks. Feels to me, seems as Devin Ford and Keziah Holmes have taken a back seat on the back burner. Ford more so in the return game. Holmes nowhere to be found. But it's Noah Cain, Kevon Lee, and John Lovett. Lovett, hell, he didn't even play against Iowa. Penn State's been banged up, like I said. Few injuries across the board, offense, defense, special teams. Now 3rd and 12 out of the gun. And Clifford going to roll out far side and going to take a sack. And they can't even capitalize off of a interception by the Fighting Illini, who are in their road whites, orange helmet, big blue eye on the side. Penn State is mentioned with numbers on the side of their helmets. Penn State actually started these Generations of Greatness throwback uniforms a few years ago, back in 2017 against Indiana. That was actually the last time as well they changed up the end zones for the diamond shape. Now Stout on to punt on 4th and 17. And it's going to go out of bounds around the 32-yard line. So, you know, well, at least Penn State defense there held it down and got a turnover. But since then, and now, hold on, we got a penalty flag. If you're hearing noise in the background, just some dogs barking. So the Zebras huddle up. See what they got to say. During the kick, we got a hold on the return. It'll be 10 yards from the end of the run. So it'll be 1st and 10 Illinois from the 22, and they'll take a TV timeout as well. And, you know, yeah, like I said, Penn State's defense turnover, but the offense can't even move the ball forward. They went backwards a total of 7 yards on 3 plays and punted on 4th down and 17. I get it, still early, still a lot of football left to be played, yes, no doubt about it. But at the same time, I mean, man, come on. Like, just absolutely pathetic. And, you know, the weather, it should start to let up, I'd say, by halftime. It's only supposed to rain here in this first half, it seems like. But, we can't control the weather. You know, if it's nice out, it's nice out. If it's raining, it's raining. If it's snowing, it's snowing. And for those last two, well, that's what it did. These past two matchups now for Penn State at home against Illinois, as they met on a week's notice during Big Ten Champions Week last December, right before Christmas. And Penn State, of course, picked up the win to finish at 4-5, ending 2020 on a 4-game winning streak after a year ago this weekend losing a heartbreaker at Indiana to begin 0-5 or start program history. But up until they just lost to Iowa 2 weeks ago now, coming off the bye week last week. Penn State was on a winning streak, having not lost since they lost Iowa last November before Thanksgiving. So, of course, full circle now here. Penn State, Illinois, college football, live watch, long reactions, live right here on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Illinois, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. It is Penn State homecoming. It's generations of greatness. Back to the uniforms here. Penn State donning numbers on the side of their helmets as well for, of course, your respective jersey number. From anywhere from 14, Sean Clifford, to 21, 24, 23, well now number 10 for John Lovett. So no Ken Kevon Lee, liking it, loving it for JL. Jahan Dotson, number 5. Parker Washington, number 3. List goes on and on and on. Arnold Ebiketie, 17, who along with Ellis Brooks, 13. Jacobs, 23, had that interception. And even in the secondary, of course, don't leave anybody out, but, Brisker and Brown, 1 and 16, respectively, and 5 and 9 with Terry Castro Fields and Joey Porter Jr. Numbers are on the side of helmets today. There's a shot of the Lion Shrine down by Rec Hall on the Pennsylvania State University campus right here in Happy Valley. University Park, State College, Pennsylvania. Back from break, 1st and 10, Illinois from the 25 after the punt. And another run, and Illinois with another 8.5, 9-yard run. But the numbers on the side of the helmets were worn by Penn State from 1959 to 1961, and then again from 67 to 74. Gray face mask as well from the late 50s to the last time Penn State won a national championship in football back in 1986. We'll dive more into the jerseys in a minute. 2nd and 1, and Illinois with another run. That is a good run, good blocking up front. Maybe a little bit of a hold, but another first down run by Illinois. And this is exactly what Bielema did. He was actually hired the day of the morning of the last time Illinois and Penn State met right before Christmas last year. He was in attendance. They actually interviewed him, from what I can recall, during the game. Of course, no fans in the stands for that one, other than friends and family of coaches and players. Of course, there was a few feet of snow on the ground time of year as well, but Hogs up front, run the football, open play action. Like I said, it's a little bit of a mix of what Bielema did in Madison and Fayetteville with the Badgers and the Hogs when he was at Wisconsin and Arkansas, respectively. A toss, and then they fake the reverse near side. And Brown, what can Brown do for you? Gets 2 yards for number 2. It'll be 3rd down and 7 for Illinois. Like I said, Penn State here on defense, Once again, playing as good as I've seen them play in years. If this defense can, of course, you don't want it to go like this all the time, but keep you in the game until you get something. That's a hold. Come on. And then it's batted down, incomplete. Nice coverage there by Joey Porter Jr. But, okay, so 4th down, Illinois is going to punt again. Well, actually, for the first time. Turn it over again, though, because they had an interception on the first drive. So neither offense can move. I mean, Illinois has got a better running game right now, no doubt about it. At least they picked up a few first downs here. But, I mean, as long as this defense can keep you in it until you get moving on offense, and so be it. But at the same time, offense has to get cooking. Illinois acting as if they're going to fake the punt. They took all the time in the world to make sure coverage unit got down so Dawson couldn't make a return and has to make a fair catch at the 10-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10, Penn State. From there, they'll take another break here. But, I mean, at least Penn State on offense there try to get a running game going. Nowhere for Kevon Lee to go. Clifford, of course, took a sack as well. But, really, as Penn State can't run the football, they can't stop the run right now. It's a defensive showdown. It seems to me this is going to be old school Big Ten football, especially with the weather. Not necessarily low scoring. I mean, yeah, Penn State's a 25-point favorite. Will they cover? I doubt it. Probably not. I could care less, to be honest with you. The over-under is about 40. So, I mean, Vegas always knows something. But that aside, Penn State, in order to win today, first home game in a few weeks, of course, coming off a bye week as well, and then a road loss a week prior at Iowa. Game, once again, they should have won, even without Sean Clifford. But like I said, can't run the football, you turn it over, give up a big play late, that's what won it. There on that deep play action pass Iowa hit, if everybody can recall. They gave up more points than they lost. But you can't expect to win when you can't run the football and turn it over as many times as they did. Had 4 interceptions, 2 by Clifford and 2 by Roberson. And Roberson actually looked like a damn deer in headlights. They did get a few good drives going. Of course, it was quarterback draw after quarterback draw after quarterback draw. And eventually, when you're running the same damn play, you would think the defense is eventually going to stop you, and Iowa eventually did. But you run what you run until the defense stops you. And that's why I feel once again, if Penn State can find a running game, open up play action, the rest of the offense playbook is going to open itself up. They need to go tight ends a little bit more too, no doubt about it. Have to be more consistent, balanced. Can't be one-dimensional and just have the defense keep your opponent out of the end zone. Because eventually, what defense bends was a break. They're out on the field the whole entire game, hands on hips. Yeah, eventually they're going to have a big play, and they did a couple weeks ago. Even as good as they played, game on the line in their second road game of the year, they did it week 1, but they couldn't do it 2 weeks ago. But Penn State today, at least they tried to find a running game there, okay? Keep pounding the rock. Eventually, you'll chip away at it and you'll break one off. Hell, you already have a turnover on defense as well, but you couldn't capitalize. Dawson in motion. 1st and 10, Penn State, officially from the 12-yard line. Handoff, Kevon Lee. Kevon Lee going to lower his shoulder, gets to the 25-yard line for a gain of 13 yards. First down, Penn State. So, yes, run the football. Do that every play until they stop it. And then you beat them with the play action, and you go deep on their ass. First and 10, another handoff. Kevon Lee. Kevon Lee out past the 30 to the 32 for a gain of 7. It'll be second down in about 3, maybe 4. Second down and medium here for Penn State. Shit, they gave him 8 on that? Shit. Second and 2. Okay. Second and 2. Yeah, so as mentioned, if you're hearing noise in the background, just some dogs barking. Neighbors probably doing some more stupid shit if you'd have to ask me, but who knows. I'm not outside. I'm inside watching Penn State football. Another handoff, and Kevon Lee is going to be stuffed to the line of scrimmage. Third down and 2, no gain on the play. So 7:40 and counting to play in this first. About midway through. There is James Franklin. There's Mike Yursich, the head coach and offense coordinator respectively. Brent Pryce on that Penn State sideline as well. The DC. 3rd and 2 under center. And Tyler Warren, number 44, the tight end, got a motion from the top of your screen to get on the line of scrimmage near side. Penn State's going to run it. And Penn State's not going to get anywhere. They're going to be stuffed again. No gain, 4th down, and Penn State's going to have to punt again. I mean, yeah, I probably would have ran it too. Illinois is just playing better up front right now. Both defenses are playing extremely well here this first half of this first quarter. They are. So Penn State from the 34 are going to have to punt again. And Stout with a punt inside the 20, down, fair catch at the 10. That is where Illinois will begin their next drive. And they're really loving these commercial breaks here early on. But we'll take another one in the meantime. So thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Defensively for Penn State, I mean, yeah, okay, a few injuries up front. Musford's done for the year at D-tackle. They have depth, though, with Derek Tangelo, Fred Hansard. Devon Ellis banged up a little bit as well because Izzard's been playing a little bit better. Of course, the end, it's the transfer from Temple. And Penn State added a lot of transfers this past offseason and still have the top recruiting class in 2022. But, of course, things could change, especially if Franklin would leave for, say, USC or LSU or maybe somewhere else. Only time will tell. Arnold Ebiketie been stout at D end. Tarburton's played well too. He has, but then it's more so now in the linebacking group along with the secondary. Of course, Penn State is LBU, linebacker U. Just Luketa can play both D end and backer. He's played well, but it's for the most part been and will continue, minus any hiccups. Ellis Brooks, Brandon Smith, and Hal Curtis Jacobs had an interception on Illinois' first drive. But Penn State couldn't capitalize because they can't run the fucking football still. It's pathetic. It's almost Halloween, and you do not have a goddamn running game. Just, come on, man. Jesus Christ. Seriously, what the hell is going on? All starts up front. You got to be able to block to run. Of course, open up play action from there. Need to get these tight ends more involved as well. Theo Johnson, Brent Strange, Tyler Warren. But really Clifford, and he's playing fine now. Minus anything happening in the rest of this game, knock on wood. Don't want to jinx him, but, he'll be fine going into Ohio State next week and to close out the regular season as well over the next month. As Penn State next week will look to win for the first time in the shoe in a decade. But there's more than just Jahan Dotson at wide receiver. Okay? Hell, all the interceptions for the most part 2 weeks ago were thrown Dotson's way. You also have Parker Washington and Keandre Lambert-Smith. Thing is, and then even, some depth behind them, but the thing is, once, from what I've noticed, first half, second half in all these games, if Penn State's up, okay, well, there's... Hell, because they haven't even scored more than 44 points in one win, and that was a little over a month ago against Ball State. And the defense gave up a few touchdowns late. Since then, hell, they should have put up 50 or 60 on Villanova. Should have had at least 40 against Indiana in the shutout win. But from what I've noticed, what I'm getting at, first half, second half, even with still passing the football and still even with the starters out there, and still no running game, and then whether you go through and out or not, back to it, 1st and 10, Illinois with a run and a fumble. Penn State's going to recover at the goal line, maybe in the end zone. We'll see. And it's going to be a Penn State touchdown, it looks like. We'll see what the call is. Was he down, though? That's the question. That ball was out, and that's a fumble. Rolling is a touchdown Penn State with a defensive score. All right. We are Penn State. Gonna have to see a replay. That was quick. Okay, now they're gonna overturn it before even looking at it. Rolling on the fields. He was down by forward progress. Here's the replay. Sikowski was under center. Handoff to Chase Brown. Cut back, and then Tarburton comes in and makes a big hit as Tangelo brought him down, but then Brisker got in on it as well. Then the ball came out. So there's the handoff. Tangelo, Tarburton. No, he's not down. That's not forward progress. Brisker was the one who jarred it loose. And then it looks like either Sutherland. No, not Sutherland. Brisker was the one who recovered it in the end zone as well. Because Ellis Brooks was there. Tarburton, Joey Porter Jr. You got to look at this. It's 2nd and 11 for Illinois. You have to look at that. There's no way that was forward progress. Now they take the defense touchdown off the board, and they're not going to blow it dead. And that's a hold. Come on. These officials already are trash. 8-yard run, be 3rd and 3. There's no way he was down by forward progress on that. He was still moving. And I did not hear a whistle that it was blown dead. That is horse shit. Absolute fucking horse shit. 3rd and 3. So 2 turnovers, 1 for a touchdown, but they say forward progress. It's taken off the board. And we're still tied at 0 here, 4:55 and counting to play in this first quarter. And then a screen pass, first down, tackle by Ellis Brooks after about a gain of 10. First down, Illinois. Man, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what the hell I was talking about a second ago. I'll circle back around in a minute. Because, well, I know it was on offense, and I know it was about getting the ball to playmakers. So once Penn State gets the ball back, we'll dive into that. From the 24, 1st and 10, that's a horrible fucking call. And Brown, was he down by forward progress on that? But no, you keep the pile moving and you give him a 15-yard run for a first down. Jesus Christ.
Players are going to be a reflection of what our program stands for. And I stood at the front of the room last year when I took over and said everybody is invited back because of COVID. They gave me the opportunity to do that. But as this roster continues to transition, I've got to make tough decisions. Players have to make decisions. The roster is going to have to change to get to where we want to be to win the championship. So I recognize that probably midway through the spring last year, through the summer, the certain positions haven't maybe played out the way they envisioned them to. Particularly the offensive line, I don't believe they have a player in the 2 deep that that they've recruited here over the last few years that is really significantly doing anything for us in the playing department. That's a major concern, right? So that's something that we have to do.
Brett Bielema completely just shit on his team earlier this week and said basically, Yins all fucking suck. 2nd and 10 from the 39. And Williams in motion. They're going to hand off to Chase Brown, and then on the reversal, the wide receiver is going to throw it, and it's incomplete. And it was intended for number 1, Isaiah Williams, who, from what I recall last year when Illinois came to Happy Valley, he played quarterback for the Fighting Illini along with Brandon Peters, if I'm not mistaken. He might have been banged up. I'm going to have to find my notes from that game right before Christmas last year and see if that is correct or not. I mean, it really doesn't matter. But no, Isaiah Williams now basically can still play quarterback. Yeah, no doubt about it. But they moved him to receiver. And then, of course, they just showed the video with Bielema. Nice tackle by Brisker on 3rd and 10. Nice 7-yard run, though. Still short, 4th down. Illinois on punt again. And it'll be Penn State football here when we return, as Chris Budden is on the field for ESPN. This game is on ABC at 12 noon here. Seems to me as well we have 2 familiar voices in the booth. We'll see if I'm correct on who they exactly are in a minute, but punt going to be down inside the 10 at the 6. 1st and 10, Penn State from there. But no, yeah, Bielema basically telling his team, you know, we suck, you suck, and you aren't the right players to be playing for me right now. But we're still going to play. So, I feel once again with Bielema, I don't know what was going on with Wisconsin, why he ever left for Arkansas, no offense, but he went to 3 straight Rose Bowls. They lost all 3 of them, but as Clifford hands off, that is Noah Kane now in the ball game, so they're going to go 2 by 2 again by committee. First 2 drives for Kevon Lee. Now it's Noah Kane's time to shine at running back. No, yeah, Bielema will be fun. Illinois, I've said Illinois, he'll turn the program around. He'll get them back on track, and he's going to win once again in the Big Ten. Of course, he went to the SEC West, along with the Big Ten East, the 2 toughest divisions in college football, and the 2 best conferences as a whole as well. 2nd and 6. And then Dotson pass complete on a slant over the middle, 1st down. He fumbles, but was he down? I don't know. Ball's going to be spotted right at the same spot anyway. Parker Washington recovered, so still going to Penn State football, 1st and 10 from about the 27-yard line here, it looks like. But no, I don't know with Bielema if there was anything he was worried about recruiting-wise, you know, if they messed up violations, and he wanted to get the hell out of Dodge while he could, you know, and take advantage and get paid for his success, and you know, go to Arkansas or go anywhere, and he went to Arkansas, which was still, you know, a big surprise. Dotson finds the football and comes down with it. That's a hell of a play by number 5 Jahan Dotson, starting wide receiver for Penn State, as it was completely underthrown by Clifford. And into triple coverage too, by the way. And Dotson went and found it, jumped up in the middle of all of them, and came down with it for a big 1st down. Here under a minute to play in this opening quarter. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 42-yard line. Out of the gun is Clifford. Hell, they don't even have to snap if they don't want to. They will, though. Fake the give. Clifford complete to Keandre Lambert Smith, and he's going to walk into the end zone for a Penn State touchdown. Forever true to you, dear old white and blue, honor state, roll Lions, roll. We'll hit that line, roll up the score, fight on to victory evermore. They'll play fight on, fight on, Penn State after this extra point. And that's a false start. Jesus Christ. How do you get a false start called on you on an extra point? Pathetic. No stupid turnovers, no stupid penalties. Running game still not there, but Clifford's still here with his injury, able to air it out and throw a touchdown to Keandre Lambert Smith. Simple short post route over the middle, one-on-one man coverage, and beats his defender, catches the football, and walks in the end zone. So a 5-yard false start, extra point still up and good. And Penn State leads it 7-0 with 9 seconds to play in this first quarter. Final state. Strike the gate and win. Victory we predict for thee. Forever true to you, dear old Lions, honor state, roll Lions, roll. They're roaring for sure right now, right here in Happy Valley, as they show a replay. Yeah, Clifford hit him right on the money in the numbers, and Lambert Smith from Kip Sabian's 757 country walked into the end zone for 6. But it was set up by the previous play. Yeah, Dawson went and found the football. That's just a playmaker making a play. Plain and simple. So, still got to find a running game. Really should be 14-0 right now. Of course, they took that defensive touchdown off the board, said it was forward progress, but it wasn't. Horse shit. No way in hell he was down. And it was a fumble, and Penn State recovered in the end zone for a touchdown, but they overturned it before they even reviewed it. And then they didn't review it. So, I mean, it is what it is. You move on. Touchback on the kick. 1st and 10 Illinois from the 25-yard line. As they're able to run the football, they are. It's just they can't get past midfield. So, until then, well, Illinois, for the most part, is still going to be, whether that's actually turning it back over to Penn State via punt or on downs, whatever the case may be, we'll see. End of the first quarter, though, still a lot of football left to be played. Penn State just scored, for just now tuning in. The Lions lead 7-0, following a passing touchdown from Sean Clifford, the big red dog, back from injury, to number 13, Keandre Lambert Smith for 6. Get some stats pulled up here after this first quarter just wrapped up. As always, coming up at halftime as well. First half stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of college football. Recap last week, this week. Preview the rest of what's to come this week and next week as well. But Clifford's passing touchdown to Lambert Smith went officially for 42 yards and a touchdown. So Clifford in the air is perfect. 100%, 3 for 3, 89 passing yards and a touchdown. Kevon Lee does have 6 carries for 20 yards, but the running game has to be more balanced. Offense as a whole has to be more balanced. But the running game has to be balanced as well, along with more consistency. Okay? More consistent running game for Penn State. Hope for that. No Kane, 1 for 4. And then Dotson, 2 catches, 47 yards receiving, and Keandre Lambert-Smith, 1 catch, 42 yards. And that touchdown to get Penn State on the board here to close out the first quarter. So at the end of 1, it is Penn State 7, Illinois nothing. And we'll be back here in a minute from the current commercial break. So thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure, as always, to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, check questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Back to, as I was talking about, Penn State on offense with the receivers, from what I can recall, before that defense touchdown that was taken off the board, and then those back-to-back drives, and Penn State, of course, just scored on the last. But no, in most of these games, first half, second half, even with the starters still out there and there's still no running game, it's like, it's normally Parker Washington. It's normally number 3. They got to get the tight ends more involved too, no doubt about it. But some of these offensive playmakers, sometimes, not all the time, but there's been a few occasions it's been everybody all at once. It's like, how do you expect to win when, okay, everybody's out there, but they're basically invisible, not there because they absolutely disappear, and it seems to me like they just fall off the face of the fucking earth until they make a big play late, and, you know, whether that's to extend the lead or and seal it, or get back into it, take the lead and win, hold on that way, whatever the case may be, you know. They got to do a better job of building rhythm, building momentum, being able to capitalize, and move from there. It's still one thing at a time, okay? It's the 1-0 Penn State mentality with James Franklin at the helm. You know, we'll dive into USC, we'll dive into LSU. I feel he is, of course, top candidate for both jobs, among a few others. But you know, one thing at a time. Only time will tell. We'll see what the hell happens, you know, down the road. But right now, it's Illinois, Penn State homecoming, another run by the Fighting Illini, another first down run. Actually, they're going to mark them short by a yard, half a yard. Be second in inches, third in inches. When the hell did they run a first down play? Okay, they must have not showed it, but all right, just odd that completely missed a play. Even though I've been watching the game from the start. Crowd is sort of filed in. Of course, weather, yes, with a factor. Doesn't look like there's any Illinois fans in attendance whatsoever. At least not up in the visitors section, up in the top left corner in the upper deck of the north end zone. But you know, like I said, it finally feels like fall. Starting to get a little colder. It's raining, so it's cold and wet. Big Ten football weather for you. Illinois is running the football. Penn State's trying to. Penn State, in the meantime, though, has a 7-0 lead after that last touchdown. So 1st and 10 for Illinois. And Jacobs along with... Okay, Curtis Jacobs, 23, and Amin Vanover, 56, made the stop there. There's P.J. Muster on the sideline. What the hell is he eating? Sunflower seeds? He is done for the year with a lower body injury. There's another fumble, and Penn State's going to recover it. That is number 91, Devon Ellis on the recovery. Illinois, as flags come flying, say they have it. There's some pushing and shoving. And now Illinois recovers it, but how can you say that when Penn State has the football? Penn State has the fucking football. A clear recovery. How can you say that's Illinois football? You're going to say he was down by forward progress again? My ass. Fuck you. That's a fumble. Oh my God, a big hit by Brandon Smith. They even say fumble as the ref throws his chip. That's a fumble. Helmet on the ball, and Penn State recovers it. And then after the play, we got a personal foul. And it was on Penn State on Amin Vanover, who just made the previous tackle. That's a big hit. Boom. Okay, whose ball is it? It's going to be 1st and 10 for either Illinois here or Penn State. Okay, I can see the penalty late for a personal foul. Either way, somebody's going to have the ball a little further on downfield, or if it's Penn State ball, backed up a little bit here with that hit, but it's going to be 1st and 10. And Illinois with 2 turnovers, 1 interception, 1 fumble, should be 3 with another fumble, scoop and score for a touchdown. So Penn State should have a 14-0 lead right now. Penn State football, though, they do recover, but 15 yards on the penalty afterwards from the 40. They're knocking on the door, though. They're in Illinois territory. 1st and 10, Penn State. Play clock now at 5. Maybe he call timeout here. They get it off at 1. Handoff, and it is to number 21, Noah Kane, for a pickup of 3 yards, 2nd down and 7 or so for the blue and white. So, yeah, I had to look at my roster here for a second. There's a few new numbers for Penn State out there today on defense that I have not seen all season long. I don't know why the hell, of course, I get with the injuries, but other than that, along with other than, okay, maybe making a name for themselves in practice, why pass complete near side to Brenton Strange, 1st down Penn State, he toes his way for an extra few yards. You know, why basically, you know, they're playing, but hey, next man up mentality. If you're good enough, you're going to play. So, 1st and 10, Penn State from the 19, another handoff, and Kane for another 2 yards. So chip away at it, get your chunk yards, and then beat them with a home run. Northwestern Michigan tied at 0. They are in Ann Arbor as Michigan's knocking on the door. 1st and goal from the 1. Touchdown Wolverines as Go Blue, Strix first. Kansas at home, leading Oklahoma 10-0. That's not a surprise. And pass incomplete. Where's the pass interference? No flag? All right, probably a good no call. See a replay, though. Incomplete, 3rd and 8. These officials are trash. I don't know about that. And, well, okay, the defender did turn his head. He did turn around a little bit. That's a good no call then. I'll give him that. I can understand the frustration with no flag on that, but yeah, no. That's a good no call. 3rd down and 8 now. Empty set 5 wide. Yeah, Kansas leads Oklahoma at home 10-0. We got a whistle and a Penn State timeout. 11:23 to play in this first half. Penn State 7-0. Franklin laying into these officials. You could see his reaction like, yeah, okay, whatever. You're full of shit, man. These Zebras have been awful once again today thus far. It's like, come on, man, what the hell? No, but Oklahoma, even with Caleb Williams now in at quarterback, he's going to go deep and overthrows his intended target incomplete. In for Spencer Rattler, who has lost his job because he sucks. Oklahoma, they should have lost about 5 or 6 games. They are 7-0, but really, Oklahoma should have lost to, who was it? Tulane, Nebraska, West Virginia, Kansas State, Texas, maybe a few others. But hey, they found ways to win. They're 7-0. But as mentioned last week, because the past 2 weeks, after Penn State lost at Iowa, Alabama went down later that night. They were the number 1 team in the country that day. Last week, number 2 lost in Iowa at home against Purdue. So I said last Sunday, and now here we are almost a week later, this Culture Bowl Saturday, a week left in October. I'd hate to be 3. Number 3 is Oklahoma. There's a trend there. There is. There's a little bit of a curse. So if it hits today, hell, if even it doesn't, I'd hate to be number 4 next week. Penn State ranked 7th in the country. They were 4th, playing out a 3rd-ranked Iowa team 2 weeks ago. And then, of course, with a 3-point loss, they fall. Iowa jumps, but then they lose a week later last week at home as the 2nd-ranked team in the country to a Purdue Boilermaker team as they steamroll their way in and out of Iowa City. Yeah, like I said, I'd hate to be number 3 this week. It's Oklahoma. They are at Kansas, should win, but hey, like I said, they should have lost on how many damn times so far this year. And with all that being said, until now, they haven't. But the Grim Reaper is coming for them eventually, I would think. So, we'll see what the hell happens with the rest of college football here today. And, you know, over, of course, the next month or so to close the regular season. But one thing at a time, you know. Penn State, Illinois, back from break here. Penn State still has to find a running game. If they don't, well, you can probably, especially if they can't even stop Illinois' running game. Good luck stopping Ohio State's next week. You know, probably already put a L in the win-loss column. Clifford on 3rd and 8 overthrows Parker Washington wide open in the end zone. 4th down, and the Nittany Lions are going to settle for a Jordan Stout field goal. So hopefully 10-0 here, really 17-0. But, you know, it is what it is. You move on. I know I'm still bitching and complaining about it, but at the same time, like, what can any of us do? You know, what can any of the players and coaches do? That's the thing, if it's a penalty or whatever the case may be, that was a, you know, fumble. No, it wasn't. Or, yeah, it was, but they said it wasn't. Sorry. Kick up and good from 35 yards out. Penn State 10, Illinois nothing, 11-12 to play in this first half. So, yeah, they rolled it a fumble on a scoop and score touchdown, but then they rolled them down on forward progress, and yeah, rest is history from there. I mean, it really doesn't matter. But same with the officials. If it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't. But unless they pick it up, yeah, you can lay into them and complain, but sometimes you gotta toe that line on how far you go versus when to hold back. But there's nothing anybody can do, you know. Yeah, it was the wrong call. It was bad. You know, what are they gonna say? just like they did a month ago when Auburn rolled into Happy Valley. That, of course, the next day, the SEC officials apologize for their mistake. And yeah, no shit, I said they were probably going to, because that game, as Penn State really is playing two teams every single week. One who they're playing on the field, and then two who technically is also out on the field, but they're in stripes, and the officials. For the most part, not all the time, but that's just how it's gone this year. That's what it seems like. Because it's bad call after bad call after bad call. It's like, how in the hell do you have a job being a football official at whatever level it is of play? You know? But no, they made Penn State punt on third down when they thought it was fourth down, when it was really third down. But Penn State, after that, got 3-0, won 2 more, lost 2 weeks ago, of course, a bye week, and now back home before they hit the road for a couple games, and then a 2-game homestand to close out the season before hitting the road right after Thanksgiving again at Michigan State and the battle for the Land Grant Trophy. But for the time being, Penn State 10-0 lead now over Illinois following that field goal because they couldn't punch it in for 6 again. Really should be 14, now 17-0. Here, about 10 minutes to play in this first half, but it's just, man, come on. You got to be able to capitalize. Of course, they are now 0 for 2 on turnaround drives following penalties, or turnovers, in which there was a late penalty that backed them up a little bit on that. But, okay, who is the highest AP-ranked opponent Penn State has defeated in 8 seasons under James Franklin? Ohio State, number 2, back in 2016. It was a 5-year anniversary yesterday. Of course, the blocked field goal return for a touchdown. Marcus Allen, Grant Haley will score. It's Ohio State back in 2016 as they were the second-ranked team in the country. That's your answer to the athletic trivia question right there, yeah. And I am, not like Dan Orlowski, the encyclopedia of himself. I'm the encyclopedia of sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. It's Ohio State back in 2016, yeah, exactly. I guess Dan Orlowski does know his football, even though Coach JB says he's a good guy, but still full of shit. Yeah, October 22nd, 2016, 5 years ago yesterday. Penn State, 24-21 win over the Buckeyes. Penn State at Ohio State next week. Hell, hard to believe we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary as well on Joe Paterno's final win. She's my 409 over Illinois late October back in 2011. As the Nittany Lions in a weather game that day as well, in snow on Halloween, won 10-7. 2nd and 10 Illinois from the 25, but hey, life goes on one way or another. Pump fake on the rollout, and Stokowski going to get 6 yards on the run to the 31, third down, about 4. Third and 4 officially from the 30, even though they needed the 35 for a first down. So that's poor refereeing. They get the first down, though, and a gain of 6. First down. Jair Brown on the tackle. As it was complete there to number 87, Daniel Bob Barker. Come on down. First down, Illinois.
Emotion mark over versus man coverage. Got the matchup that they wanted against Brown. Quick little out route. Keeps outside leverage. Well, they've got to come out quickly.
And back to 7 offensive linemen and 2 tight ends up front.
Sikowski under center, going to hand off again. Bielema's going to run this ball until Penn State stops it. Because he knows eventually he's going to break a run, and then they're going to score and get back in this game. Got an injured offensive lineman for Illinois as well. And it looks like it is number 79, Vadarian Roblow. How many lows could Roblow rob if Roblow robbed lows? Well, the 6'6", 320-pound senior and number 79, Verdarian Lowe, down with an injury, and we'll take a TV timeout. Michigan up 7 on Northwestern still. Kansas 10-0 over Oklahoma, along with Wake Forest, an unbeaten Demon Deacon squad on the road up in West Point, taking on Army. They lead by 7, 21-14. Cincinnati trails at Navy 10-7, second quarter. Arkansas 17-0 at home over Arkansas Pine Bluff. 17-3, Florida State defeating UMass. Texas Tech in the Big 12 at home. 21-7, they lead over Kansas State. In the MAC, some action. Bowling Green 10-7 over Eastern Michigan. Central Michigan 21-10 over Northern Illinois. And also Kent State, Ohio actually just began. So they're still tied at 0. It actually just kicked off. And then Syracuse at Virginia Tech in the ACC, 7 apiece. From Blacksburg, still to come, at least in the Big Ten, Wisconsin, Purdue, Maryland, Minnesota, along with Ohio State, Indiana, and then everybody else is off. Of course, we got right now Illinois, Penn State, along with Northwestern Michigan, with both home teams leading. And yeah, so only a total of 5 Big Ten games today, with Northwestern Michigan, Illinois, Penn State, Wisconsin, Purdue, Maryland, Minnesota, Ohio State, Indiana. So that means Rutgers and Michigan State are both off, along with Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska as well. Or no, Minnesota hosts Maryland, excuse me. Yeah, they're playing. Yeah, so a few teams off. Those once again being Rutgers and Michigan State, along with Iowa and Nebraska. Yeah, so that makes sense. 5 games for 10 teams, and then 4 off being Rutgers, Michigan State, who, of course, Mel Tucker's getting some interest after a year at Colorado, 2 years now in East Lansing with the Spartans, and now maybe moving on again, we'll see. And then also the 2 furthest teams in the West in the Big Ten, Iowa and Nebraska, both off today as well. And another run by Brown as he lands on the Penn State bench and takes a seat next to P.J. Mustipher, who's out injured for the season. Good block up front. A couple missed tackles by Penn State. And another first down run for the orange and white.
even with that short game, Craig, that's 114 yards rushing here in the first half. And an offensive line that you showed us some examples on tape this year where their offensive line play at times has been less than stellar.
I think today the difference is they've stayed connected. Shoulder pad to shoulder pad, not allowing some of the seams. We've seen some seams open up on tape. The second thing is the explosive run plays have been they're forcing the
Second down for Illinois out of the I.
state to make some tackles.
Motion man. Skowski gonna hand off again, and like I said, until Penn State stops his running game, Bielema's gonna run the football down your throat. Eventually, they're gonna score on a big run. Believe me. He's done it before at Penn State with Wisconsin. Hell, in the first play of the game, for fuck's sake. So why can't he do it with Illinois? Even with as bad as he shit on his team this past week, saying basically, like I said earlier, Yins all suck, and well, I'm better off, playing with players basically, yes, that I'm recruiting, but aren't even on the team yet. Quarterback sneak on 3rd and 2. Well, they push the pile, and Illinois gets a first down. As I said, I feel like Bielema will win in Champaign. Just give him a few years. It takes time to build a program. Rome wasn't built in a day. It, of course, will make the Big Ten better as a whole. Of course, you have the Big Ten East right now, and the Big Ten in general with Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan State, along with Iowa and Purdue all ranked. And those first 5 all ranked in the top 11. Sikowski on a tight end screen near side, incomplete, 2nd down and 10. Because you look at the rankings, as they have been shook up a little bit the past few weeks with, the few upsets we've had. That's what I said. When Penn State played at Iowa, they were 4th. Of course, dropped to 7th. Iowa jumped to 2. They lost. They're behind Penn State again, now at 11. But it's 5, 6, 7, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State respectively. Michigan State's at 9. Iowa's at 11. So there's 5 in the top 11 and then 6 overall in the top 25 because Purdue, with that road win at Iowa last week, knock off the number 2 team in the country. They're ranked 25th now. As Georgia's 1, Cincinnati's number 2, their highest ranking in program history. Hate to be number 3, Oklahoma, like I said earlier, here today because 1 and 2 have lost the past 2 weeks respectively. Knocking on the door. Oklahoma should be next. Hell, they should have lost, I don't know how many games already this season, but they're 3. Alabama's 4, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State 5, 6, 7. Mike Gundy just got an extension at Oklahoma State. Cowboys are 8, Michigan State 9. Oregon at UCLA from the Rose Bowl later on today. They're 10 in the Chip Kelly reunion matchup. First down run for Illinois. Iowa's 11, Ole Miss 12. Notre Dame, Coastal Carolina, along with Kentucky, 13, 14, 15, and then 16 to 25. It's Wake Forest, A&M, NC State, Auburn, Baylor, SMU, San Diego State, as they have a good one. That's actually today's question of the day on social media. San Diego State Air Force and the Mountain West. Who's going to win that game? Let me know. Along with, of course, all these other college football matchups. And then Pitt is ranked at 23rd. They host Clemson in a few hours from the Steel City in a crucial ACC showdown. As last night they locked the gates as Clemson has arrived. Arguably just as Penn State Iowa was a few weeks ago, preview to the conference championship games. We'll see how, of course, everything else plays out. But then University of Texas San Antonio at 7-0, ranked for the first time in program history at 24, and Purdue's 25. Another run by Illinois inside the 5. It'll be 3rd down and short. So, yeah, from 1 to 25, your top 25 poll again, it is Georgia, Cincinnati, Oklahoma, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Oklahoma State, Michigan State, Oregon, Iowa, Ole Miss, Notre Dame, Coastal Carolina, Kentucky, Wake Forest, Texas A&M, NC State, Auburn, Baylor, SMU, San Diego State, Pitt, University of Texas San Antonio, and Purdue. 3rd and 2. Another quarterback sneak, and why not sneak it on 3rd and, whatever it is. You're going to get the first down every goddamn play because Penn State can't tackle. 3rd and 2, they sneak it, and the ball keeps moving, and they get another first down. As we have Bob Wischusen, Dan Orlowski, and Chris Budden on the call here for ESPN and ABC for Penn State's homecoming Generations of Greatness matchup with the Fighting Illini of Illinois. 3:13 to play in this first half. 1st and goal, Illinois from the 1-yard line. Knocking on the door. It's Penn State went old school. Very old school with the retro end zone designs. Like I said, for the first ever Generations of Greatness matchup in 2017 against Indiana, they did up the end zones, just the blue and white diamonds. Today they bring those back. They also add in the blue and white PSU football logo in the middle. Penn State, of course, the retro font with the Penn State Chipmunk logo. End zones haven't been seen since the end of 2004. Since 2005, the South Florida game to start that year off. Penn State's Orange Bowl win. The 05 to 08 campaigns, as for myself at least, first ever football season I remember watching was 2002 with myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolhand Luke 96. Being not extremely young, but young, those years were absolutely amazing. And then, of course, even 09 and 010, or 2010 and then 2011, before Paterno got fired, unfortunately, which I still feel like he did not know, but is what it is. Bill O'Brien took over for 2 years. Those 12 and 13 campaigns, nobody gave him a chance. Franklin's been here in Happy Valley now for 8 years. And, he's turned down a few other jobs in the past few years as well, but he's going to be getting some phone calls, I would think, if you haven't received those already, for some openings. And we'll dive into those in a little bit, but it's always been for the end zone since 2005, what I'm getting at. Just the block, white, Penn State logo end zone. And they, of course, still have that for this year, but then they cut the grass and redid the end zone just the other day. Posted pictures yesterday on social media, I saw. But 2 weeks off with a road game and a bye week, yeah, they probably just let that grow up, let it fade out, cut it. It's that time of year, grass really ain't growing up much anyway, but at least around here. Finally feels like fall though, it's starting to get a little colder, but the field looks, as it always does with the Kentucky Bluegrass, just absolutely amazing, no doubt about it. Of course, the rain today, not necessarily playing a factor, but, Illinois has had a few turnovers, but they weren't because of the ball being wet by any means. One was an interception. Maybe the ball was wet when he threw it, but it was just a bad pass. And then the fumble, of course, was on a big hit on the sack. And then there's another fumble that Penn State had a touchdown on, but they took it off the board. in the south end zone. First and goal from the south end zone from the 1. Illinois with a touchdown run, touchdown Fighting Illini, as they're going to cut this lead to 4 pending this upcoming extra point and make it 10-7 potentially at the half. As Illinois just arguably, at least because they just scored their first touchdown in 3 weeks, arguably their best touchdown drive since then, of course. But I've seen a few Illinois games this season. From start to finish, just able to run the football down your throat. You got to give credit where credit's due. And the extra point's up and good, 10-7, Penn State, 2:52 to play. Penn State going to have 2 timeouts, as Illinois does as well, in a battle of a 2-5 Illinois and a 5-1 Penn State squad. Penn State's 7th in the country, ranked in the top 10. They're going to have time and timeouts to hopefully move the ball and, of course, punch it in for some more points before halftime. The only thing I'm worried about, though, is Penn State probably not going to be able to take not even a minute off this clock and probably have to punt. And then, play defense again and hope to keep Illinois out of the end zone. Hell, we might have a tie 10-10 game at halftime. If not, if Penn State ain't trailing either. Great drive by Illinois. Arguably their best drive. I'd say balance-wise, the whole entire season. They've had a few close games in which, of course, they ended up losing, but they very well could have won as well. They should have a few more wins right now, if you ask me. But Penn State on defense, first time they've given up 100 yards on the ground since Jonathan Taylor back in 2018 for Wisconsin. Of course, Brett Bielema, former Wisconsin coach, he would have been, I believe, at Arkansas at that point in time, or he would have just been fired the year prior, and then he would have been in the NFL for a few years as an assistant. But Paul Chryst took over after Gary Anderson was there for a few years. Of course, Barry Alvarez interimed in the bowl games. But with Wisconsin, with Illinois now, with a Bielema-led team, John, I like it. I love it. I want some more of that, no doubt about it. 15 yards on the run, first down, Penn State, as he's back from injury as well. Breaks a tackle, keeps moving, first down in the Lions from the 43-yard line. Hand off to Levitt again. So they're going 2 by 2 by 2. 2 drives for Kevon Lee, 2 drives for Noah Kane. Now a drive here, close the first half, and then we'll see to begin the second half for John Lovett, the transfer from Baylor. But you know, on offense at least, even defense as well, what these type of teams are going to do. And it's run the fucking football. Good luck stopping it. Got a penalty flag as the pass was incomplete, intended for Jahan Dotson. 2:05 to play. Flag after an incomplete first down 10 pass. See what dirty laundry is. Ineligible receiver downfield. Illinois gonna take the 5 yards. Okay, penalty's actually going to be declined. I'll take the incomplete pass, and it'll be 2nd 10. Well, Illinois wants the football back, so yeah, it's probably a good decision. They did decline it to give Penn State an extra down. 3rd and 8? How the hell is it 3rd and 8? It's just 2nd and 10. Or 1st and 10. Okay, empty set 5 wide, 3rd and 8. Clifford going to go down the sack. So, what'd I just say? Word that they're not going to be able to take a minute off the clock. Well, guess what? Penn State did not take a minute off the clock. Not even. Okay? Clifford on another sack. You got to throw it away. And then Illinois takes a timeout. So they'll have 1 remaining. They'll get the ball back here following the punt. They're down 3. They'll have 1:50 and some change to drive to tie this game up or maybe even take the lead going into halftime. And more credit. More power to them. Got to give credit where credit's due. At least Sean Clifford is starting at quarterback and he's playing well. And there is no quarterback drama with the situation Penn State's had at QB the past few weeks with some injuries. 4th down, Penn State on the punt. Going to be down inside the 10 at the 6. And it'll be 1st and 10 Illinois with one timeout from there with 1:46 to play. Down 3, 10-7 here at Penn State to close out the first half. So maybe another defensive stand. You still got 2 timeouts. Maybe you can try to get the ball back yourself again. I highly doubt it, though, but we'll see how this plays out. But just, of course, if you do give up points, make them settle for a field goal, tie it up at 10, go in, whole new ball game in the second half, start fresh, start fast, though, as well. And, if this game goes in the 4th quarter, which it will, one way or another, take it to the 4th quarter and go from there. But just, this defense, once again, like I told you, feel so bad for them because they've played extremely well all season, playing their damn hearts out. And then offensively, they can't move the ball and they can't take time off the clock. Sikowski on a pass, 8 yards on the reception. It'll be 2nd and 2. They get out of bounds. Clock stops. Clock's actually rolling again now. And now Clifford dinged up a little bit again. He seems all right. He's just sitting there. Just took a sack. He knows he's going into halftime up 3 right now. But they got to do more on offense, plain and simple. Can't settle. You cannot settle and settle for 3 or settle to give the ball back and just keep the defense out there all game and expect to, when you still have no running game or can't move the football, expect to win. No. What the hell? So 1st and 10, under a minute to play. Penn State might have jumped off sides. Sikowski going to hold on to the football and take a sack back at the 30. So Illinois is going to let this clock run, I think, with one timeout, long unless Penn State calls a timeout. But why give your opponent time to score on you before halftime? Let the clock run. We'll have first half stats and scores coming up here at the half. Stay tuned. Not really a whole lot going on, but actually Penn State does call a timeout. 2nd and 14. Call your 3rd and final timeout after a 3rd down, or after a 2nd down for a 3rd down. And then Illinois is just going to run the football. They might take a deep shot. I doubt it, though. And then 40 seconds, there's going to be less than 10 seconds on the clock by the time Penn State gets the ball back, if they get the ball back. So, yeah, I don't know. We're halfway there. Everybody's shocked Oklahoma's trailing at half. Now, they should have lost, I don't know how many games already this season. They're going to deserve to lose if they lose today. Finally. Why are you throwing... Incomplete, 3rd and 14 now. So they just gave Penn State an extra timeout. You run the football, run the clock. Penn State make a stop here on 3rd and 14, call their 3rd and final timeout. Well, now they'll get the ball back with some time, about 30 seconds or so. Yeah. 3rd and 14. Sikowski on a roll out near side. And it's going to be picked off, all dropped at the 50 by Ellis Brooks. 40 seconds on the game clock, 40 seconds on the play clock, but the clock stops with the incompletion. 4th down. Penn State can get the football back with 1 timeout to try to move the ball and score some more points here before halftime. And I swear to God, if they take a knee, you have 30 seconds of timeout. Move the ball. Score more points before halftime. Illinois on the punt. And a shank. It's going to go out of bounds around the 30. It marked the 32. Okay. So with 33 seconds to play in this first half, Penn State getting the football back. 1st and 10. Up 3, 10-7 with a timeout. Sean Clifford coming back out. He's fine. He's okay. He wouldn't have played last week, I don't think, if they would have played. But a bye week or 2 on the injury. Yeah, he's okay. He's all right. Don't need to worry about the quarterback situation at Penn State anymore. 1st and 10 from the 32, empty set 5 wide. Once again, 33 seconds to play and now counting. Screen incomplete. 10 for Jahan Dotson, 2nd and 10. 30 seconds and a timeout, up 3, 10-7. Hell, they can't take 30 seconds off the clock and have to punt here again, back to Illinois before halftime. You got a serious problem. Just poor play calling, poor clock management, nothing working for you whatsoever. You don't have a running game. Defense out there 55 to 60 minutes, and you hold on to win. Clifford going to go deep, and it's incomplete again. Hell, they haven't even taken 10 seconds off this clock. 2 incomplete passes, 3rd and 10. And if they don't convert here, they're going to have to punt again. Come on, man, what the hell? What in the hell? I get they're trying to take some shots, but and time's not really on your side, but you still have a timeout. Use a sideline. It's your friend. Just shaking my damn head. It's been all season. In these type of situations, they can't even take a minute off the clock. And now they're going to run it. Jesus Christ. And Illinois going to call their 3rd and final timeout, 13 seconds to play? I believe so. Why the hell wouldn't you? Make Penn State punt, get a return. Maybe you get a good return out of it. Get set up in some good field position if you don't return it for a touchdown. And, maybe still score. Just piss poor clock management by Penn State right there. Come on, man. What the hell is wrong with you? And you can't move the fucking football. Exactly. You would have been better off throwing 3 straight Hail Marys. Stout on the punt. Fair catch at the 16. And Illinois going to have 5 seconds to heave it. But they'll play hook and ladder if they do run a play, if they don't take a knee. So we'll see, of course, how this plays out. But it looks like at halftime, it'll be the final score of the Penn State-Illinois game from a decade ago in 2011. And Joe Paterno's final win of his career, number 409. It'll be 10 years next week. As Illinois, maybe a fumble Ruski? No, they're going to hand off. And nowhere. Actually, okay, he got about 5 yards on that run. That does it for the first half. Michigan and Penn State both lead Northwestern and Illinois 10-7 at halftime. 10-7, Penn State leading Illinois at half, the same final score as mentioned of the Penn State-Illinois game from 10 years ago. And Joe Paterno's final win, number 409, in his illustrious Hall of Fame, greatest coach of all time career. At the half, Art Skowski is 5 of 10 for 24 passing yards and an interception. Chase Brown, man, look at these rushing yards. And Illinois trails by 7. Okay. Illinois. Oh, or excuse me. They have 7. They only trail by 3. Okay. These rushing stats. Get a load of this. Chase Brown, 17 carries for 134 yards rushing and a touchdown. Josh McCray also has 9 carries for 37 yards on the ground. Whereas Penn State as a team has 14 carries for 35 yards rushing. Kevon Lee, who we haven't seen since those 2 opening drives, 6 carries, 20 yards rushing. John Lovett came in there on that last Penn State offensive drive. Penn State can't move the football. They can't run it. They can't move the ball. They can't even take a minute off the clock again. Lovett, 3 for 18 on the ground. Noah Kane, 3 for 18 for Lovett. Kane's 3 of 8. And Lee, 6 of 20. Sean Clifford, 4 for 9. And 108 yards passing and a touchdown as well. And then receiving for both of these teams. Donnie Navarro III, what a name. 2 catches, 12 yards. Chase Brown, 1 for 6. Daniel Barker, 1 for 5. Jahan Dotson, 2 catches, 47 yards. Country Lambert Smith, 1 catch, 42 yards and a touchdown. And Brenton Strange, 1 catch for 19 yards. Where's Parker Washington at? Where's Theo Johnson at? Penn State in the backfield with Noah Kane, Kevon Lee, and John Lovett. Lions, once again, have to find a running game, plain and simple. Got to be able to stop Illinois' rushing attack as well. 17 carries for $134 on the ground for Chase Brown in the backfield for the Fighting Illini here, just in the first half. Okay, he keeps it up. He's going to have over 300 yards rushing by himself by the end of this game. Penn State has to find a running game. I have some highlights now. We'll get into first half stats and scores here in a second, but no, just no running game still. Play calling on offense needs to be 10 times better. They can't take a minute off the clock. Defense can't go out and win you every single game. But that's what they're running with, and they got a 3-point lead at halftime right now, 10-7. Eventually, this defense, just as they did 2 weeks ago, is going to give up something late. And then on offense, you're going to turn back around. Still probably not going to be able to do anything. And you're going to be shit out of luck just like you were against Iowa. Right now, as a Penn State fan, don't be shocked if Illinois beats Penn State the way the second half could potentially go with the way the first half just went. So I'm saying that now at halftime. Still got a half to play, of course. But defensively, I mean, once again, playing their hearts out. Feel so bad for them. A couple turnovers as well. They can't even capitalize off of those on offense. Can't stop the run. Don't have a running game themselves. Like, it's right in front of them. It's clear as day. It's just mind-boggling. Frustrating as all hell. That as good as Penn State is playing on defense, and yes, defense wins you championships. But the way Penn State's playing on offense here, especially running the football, still no running game, and it's almost November. Come on, man. Seriously, come on. You have 5 running backs. For the most part, you run 3 per game. And you go by committee there, 2 by 2 by 2, 2 drives apiece. But you still have no running game. It's like, okay, Clifford's gone down on a sack a few times. It all starts up front, no doubt about it. You got to be able to block to run, block to open up the pass. Offensive line needs to do a better job, no doubt about it. But still, when they're running screens on halfback screens or bubble screens or hell, even tight end screens, they need to get the tight ends more involved in this offense. I've said it all season long. You need to find a damn running game as well. Because if you do just that, with running the football, and you have a consistent running game, the rest of the offensive playbook will open itself up. Defense continues to play as good as they've been playing all damn season long. Penn State's going to be winning more football games by the end of 2021. Plain and simple. But if not, well, they just lost at Iowa a couple weeks ago. They might be losing a few more games by the end of the year. And with as hot as James Franklin's name is right now for a few openings, well, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if he gets run out of town. And rightfully so, though. Or if he would, just decide on leaving on his own. Or hell, for the hell of it, say no once again and stay put and continue to build right here in Happy Valley. Whatever the hell happens, happens. We'll get to there when we get there. But today, come on. 165 rushing yards as a team for Illinois compared to Penn State's 35 at halftime. And you have a 3-point lead. Really should be a 10-point lead. You got defense touchdown was taken off the board. They ended up rolling them down by forward progress 1 second after they rolled it a fumble and a Penn State touchdown, but then they didn't even review it. So 10-7 is your halftime score with the Lions leading. Penn State 10, Illinois 7 during homecoming. As Penn State, once again, is wearing their Generations of Greatness throwback unis. Back to those to wrap up with everything I've already discussed about. With the white cleats, they got striped socks, they got numbers on the helmets, a gray face mask, block numbers as well on the jerseys, the Lion Shrine logo on the neck, stripes on the side of the pants. So still basic blues, basic blue and white, home blue top, white bottom with the blue stripe, and then the white stripe around the neck and the sleeves, as Penn State, until of course they returned these, or actually debuted these Generations of Greatness uniforms for the first time a few years ago. The white stripes disappeared a decade ago. I get over time, there's a few small tweaks, to the uniforms, but Penn State's still, of course, one of the most historic, one of the most recognizable, traditionist uniforms in college football history. I mean, when you think of Penn State, you think of the blue and white. You think of the, of course, blue home uniforms, white pants, all road whites, white helmet, blue stripe down the middle. It's tradition. It's just how it is. I get some people want change, some people like change, versus some people don't like change. Well, Penn State stayed put because Penn State is Penn State. You also look at Alabama. You look at the Crimson Tide. You look at Ohio State. You look at Michigan. You know, none of this Oregon debuting a new uni every week. USC, Miami, Texas, Oklahoma, you know? Wisconsin, hell, with the red W on the side. Among a few other schools, you know? I'm not going to get into everybody, but those are just a few off the top of my head. And yeah, I get, okay, some schools have one, if not more, but for the most part, just one alternate uniform. But anymore, in this day of age, it's, you know, whatever sparks the eye and gets people interested in. Whether it's, you know, the fans in the stands, fans watching at home, recruiting, especially if you're trying to get somebody to commit, it gets people talking. I don't mind it, you know, the one time a year for one home game. Last year it was Iowa. This year it's Illinois. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't mind them. I actually like them. I do. It's a fresh change just for one game. It's not like they're wearing them every week. You know, it's just for the whatever game they decide to have the Generations Greatness uniforms be worn in. But, you know, myself, it's keep it as it is. Keep the tradition. Wear what you've worn for years. What people know you as. But when you do change your look, though, too, well, that also gets people talking. So it's just how everything operates nowadays. Take it or leave it. One thing or another. You move on. So, is what it is when it's all said and done. No, but that's basically a close on the Generations of Greatness. But we'll still have the second half coming up in a short minute, with Penn State leading 10-7 at halftime at home in a dreary fall afternoon right here in Happy Valley. As mentioned a year ago, not even at this time, Penn State had a 2:30 Central kick at Indiana to begin the season last year. This very weekend 1 year ago. We know how that game ended, of course. Penn State got revenge a couple weeks ago. Shut out the Hoosiers for their first shutout in 6 years. The last was on Halloween at home against Illinois, 39-0, as they shut out Indiana for the first time. As Indiana was shut out for the first time, I should say, in 20 years. But now the Big Ten commercial from west to east: Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern Illinois, Purdue, Indiana, along with Michigan and Michigan State, Ohio State, right here in Happy Valley, Penn State, and then a little further east, down into Maryland, and on the Jersey Turnpike in Piscataway at Rutgers. That is the Big Ten as a whole. Few teams off, as mentioned earlier, with Rutgers and Michigan State, along with Iowa and Nebraska. Then everybody else is in action. And at halftime, as mentioned, Penn State with a 10-7 halftime lead at home. No, but yeah. Talk about shutouts, talk about the way this defense is played. coming off of a loss and a bye week, back at home. Penn State with a 3-point lead at half, about to kick off the second half here. Surprisingly, I mean, penalties really haven't been a whole lot. The officiating, though, has been terrible. No replays yet, which is a surprise, so we'll see if they tell us something good at some point in time in the second half or not. But, yeah, it's been an interesting first half, to say the least. No doubt about it. Penn State's got a fun running game here, but and like I told you, Illinois to start, I knew damn well they'd be running the football. I didn't think at halftime they'd have 165 rushing yards as a team by any means, but hey, you run it until they stop it. And Bielema's, like I said, just going to continue to run the football until Penn State stops. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. And then Penn State's going to be damned if they don't. And they blow this and lose at home for the first time since the last time they wore the Generation's Greatness uniforms against Iowa before Thanksgiving last year. And of course, they went on a winning streak. It started the week after they lost to Iowa and ended with Iowa 2 weeks ago, as the Hawkeyes are the Nittany Lions kryptonite right now. Won't meet for 2 years. Illinois and Northwestern are actually going to become the crossover team for Penn State over the next few years, scheduling-wise. As this year, it's Wisconsin and Iowa, along with Illinois, but it'll be Illinois and Northwestern for the most part. I know Purdue and Minnesota are going to be on the schedule in a few years as well, but and then you'll play everybody in the East once a year, as you always do. But and then there's a lot of talk with conference realignment. What's going to happen there. I know the other day, a few other smaller conferences at least, with the American Athletic Conference, the Sun Belt, how Conference USA might not be left when it's all said and done. The non-Power Fives, they're doing some work right now. Of course, you still got the ACC, Big Ten, Pac-12 Alliance, whatever the hell that's going to mean at some point in time down the line. The Big 12, don't know what the hell they're going to do. I know they added Cincinnati along with Central Florida, which still doesn't make any sense to me, along with Houston and BYU. But they're sort of the odd man out. And then the SEC's adding, Texas and Oklahoma. But, with all this conference realignment, who knows what the future is going to look like, what it'll hold in the sport of college football. Moving ahead, who's going to be coaching, wherever at the end of this year, next year, year after that, so on and so forth. But we'll see what happens, of course. One thing at a time. Penn State's got to, in this second half here, get back out there. They'll actually receive the second half kick as well because they won the toss for their option in the second half. They kicked off to begin the game. Remember the interception they couldn't capitalize on off of Illinois' opening drive. Penn State's got to find a running game here in the second half. Build on this lead. They lead by 3 right now, 10-7 at halftime, but put the hammer down and pedal to the metal. For the most part, it seems like it's going to come down to the wire right now. And it's going to come down to the fourth quarter. But until we get there, got to live in the present for, how this game's gone. Penn State 10-7 here once again at the half. Can't run the ball. Can't stop the run. Offensively, play calling needs to be a little bit better. Got to capitalize off the turnovers. Of course, no stupid penalties, no stupid turnovers on your end either. Defense just continuing to make stops, but it got to stop the run eventually. and then the offense has to do something. It's been like this every single week. But Penn State football for you. What do you expect? It's been like this every week. It has. It seriously has. Wisconsin, even in the Ball State and Villanova blowouts, when they should have scored more points in those 2 wins as well, even Auburn, Indiana, and the Iowa loss. Come on. It's like they, as much as they have said, okay, we're working on this, we're working on that, we're changing, we're evolving as the season progresses. No, you're not. Same damn team you were before the season began, and you've been the same damn team every single week all season long. You're one-dimensional on offense. The running game, a few games, it's been there, but they can't build off of it, and it's not consistent. And then defensively, it's been, okay, they're playing extremely well, but then the offense can't do jack shit. What do you expect's going to happen then? You know? Not a whole lot in the end. Not a whole lot, especially not on offense, but by any means. But okay, coming up next commercial break, we will recap last week in college football, see what's going on right now, preview what's to come today and next week as well. So stay tuned. Still got to discuss USC and LSU football as well. But in the meantime, incomplete on 1st and 10 by Clifford. 2nd and 10 for Penn State here, 4 seconds into the second half, 14:56 to play. As Kevon Lee's back out there as starting running back. And, well, got bad down the line of scrimmage. Probably would have been incomplete deep downfield anyway, because I don't know who the hell he was throwing to. But now Dawson in motion, out of the gun. Clifford right to left, going to hand off Kevon Lee. And Lee to the 29 for 4. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for the blue and white. Now Kevon Lee's a little slow to get up. Kevon Lee is injured. Not a good sign. Actually, he's going to get up. Okay. And now he's going to come out. Penn State's been banged up. Everybody's banged up, though. And it's next man up. You have as many players as you have. The way Penn State's recruited, you have depth. You put the next best player out there with an injury, and you play. 3rd and 6 as Noah Kane comes in to replace Kevon Lee. Trip stop your screen. From the 29, Clifford looking to throw, and he's going to have Parker Washington making his first grab of the afternoon for 7 yards, 1st down, Penn State. Go back to what I said earlier, you know, and normally it's the opposite of what it was today, that they have all these catches in the first half and then they disappear in the second half. Well, he was nowhere to be found in the first half. Now he's just going to make some catches, it seems like. And now we've got an injured Illinois player. So back-to-back injuries coming out of halftime. I'd assume just some cramping up. I'd get you sitting there for about 20 minutes or so during halftime to, you know, rejuvenate yourself and rest up before, of course, playing another half of football. But, you know, now 1st and 10, Penn State from the 35-yard line. Parker Washington in motion. Clifford going to walk up to the line of scrimmage as Noah Kane's in for Kevon Lee, who went down with an injury just a minute ago. And a handoff. Actually, fake the give to Kane. And then Dawson. What a catch by Jahan Dawson. 1st down. He caught it, bobbled it, still came down with it on the catch. And it's a 1st down for Penn State at the 50. Clifford going to go deep down the middle and overthrows. I don't know who he was throwing to there. There's a couple intended targets and Dotson, and it looked like Theo Johnson. Incomplete though, 2nd down and 10.
Strange kind of goes in the same spot as Dotson does, and Dotson holds up like two guys in the same spot. There's definitely miscommunication between quarterback Dotson and Brenton Strange right there.
From midfield, 2nd and 10, following an incompletion. And Clifford rolling out. It's coming back for a hold, whatever the hell happens. Be 10 yards, replay the down. Come on. Just shoot yourselves in the foot again already. It's going to be a good holding penalty, no doubt about it. 2 fouls, holding on Mike Miranda. That's declined, actually. And then another hold on Noah Kane, and then that'll be enforced 10 yards. They'll replay the down, 2nd and 20. So 2 holdings on 1 play, and Clifford still couldn't roll out and complete it. Had to throw it away incomplete. Jesus Christ. Just pathetic. 2nd and 20 from the 40. Empty set 5 wide as Kane motions out near side. And Clifford going to roll out near side again and throw it incomplete, intended for Noah Kane. Jeez. Yeah, Clifford has to do a better job at quarterback right now. And when you have no running game and he's being the whole offense by himself, having to do everything, and then nothing's working, you can't move the ball, can't take any time off the clock. You know, here we are, low-scoring affair, like I said. Like, come on. How hard is it to run the football and move? Clifford, 3-step drop, near side, batted down, incomplete, intended for Jahan Dotson. 4th down, and Penn State's going to punt. Jesus Christ. Well, Clifford ain't going to be coming out anytime soon, whether he's playing as bad as he is right now or not. Because Taquan Roberson sure as hell ain't the answer. I told you that before he came in the Iowa game. Played well for a bit, but no way in hell. That's why I said, why not give Christian Veilleux a chance? Or, you know, if you did have Micah Bowens or Michael Johnson Jr., you know, could they, you know, go out and play? But like I said, they're not even, after transferring, starting for who they transferred to in Oklahoma and Florida Atlantic. But Penn State's got some serious problems on offense right now. No running game. Clifford's not playing well, even being banged up. Can't move the ball. Can't take time off the clock. Defense going to have to get some stops. Make a play or two. Or turnover. Special teams, though, as well. Special teams. I'm telling you. Special teams. Keep an eye out in the return game. Just, I don't really know what else to say in that regard for Penn State right now. I don't. It's like, in the end, what the hell? You know, that's what I come to. Like, how can you operate like this? You know? Like, seriously, how can you live with not being able to move the football and expecting your defense to do literally everything for you? Just nonsense. And it starts at the top with the coaching staff. James Franklin, dead center. That's where you start. And then you work your way down and you go from there. All the coaches, all the players, everybody needs to play better. Everybody needs to step up in general and do their job. It's because if you do your job, everything will work itself out. It's the small things, it's the little things, it's the small details. That's what's going to win you football games, along with the running and playing good defense. They're playing good defense, but they can't run the ball. Just imagine if they were able to run the football. Even without Clifford 2 weeks ago, I still feel they should have won that game. Turnover zone, can't run the football, don't help. And now today, well, sleepy off of a bye week. Who would have guessed that? So, yeah, just like I said, there's not really much else to be said, to be honest with you. But until something else happens, I'll fill you in then, of course. But there's not really a whole lot else to be said. There's not really a whole lot else going on. I mean, the defense just needs to get some stops. And then the offense eventually has to get their head out of their ass and start playing football. 1st and 10 here, Illinois from the 12. Skowski going to hand off, and Illinois, yeah, they're just going to run this football. And about a 5-yard run for the Fighting Illini. Clifford's okay. He's all right. I feel it's a rib injury. I mean, he hasn't played well from the start after that touchdown pass, but still, when he has to do it all by himself because he can't run the football and he's taking all the blame, well, what do you expect? Fix the running game, and it'll work itself out. Couple 10-7 games with Penn State, Illinois, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Michigan Northwestern. Wake Forest Army, though, in a shootout. Get some scores here in a minute. Illinois, the big first down run. Come on, man. From the 39, 1st and 10. Too many missed tackles. Too many missed tackles. They can't stop the run. Eventually, Illinois here, yeah, they'll open to the play action and they'll go deep. They'll beat them on a rollout to the tight end in the end zone for 6, or maybe on a deep post. And Penn State's just going to be sitting there, what the hell just happened? Well, start stopping the run, and out of the pistol, go from there. Williams on the end around near side for 5, maybe 6. 3rd down and medium here. And we got an injured Nittany Lions, number 23, Curtis Jacobs, who has an interception today. But as we saw Kevon Lee, 24, now 23, Curtis Jacobs go down with injuries. I mean, they have depth. That's next man up. I'm not really that concerned, not unless they're done for the year, like PJ Mustipher. Yeah, D-line really been quiet because they haven't been able to stop the run, though. Until they stop the run, Illinois is just going to continue to do what they've done, now as a team, close to 200 yards rushing today, and we just began the second half. And Penn State, as a team, not even a quarter of that. Not even an eighth of that, for God's sake. So, just come on, just enough's enough. Figure it out, and let's get to business. Let's get to work. So, yeah, that's where we sit at right now. Of course, with Penn State and Illinois, 10-7, 11-11 to play in the third quarter. Some updated scores from around college football right now. Michigan actually just scored. They now lead 17-7 over Northwestern, but both Penn State and Kansas lead Illinois and Oklahoma 10-7 respectively in the third quarters. Cincinnati at Navy, 20-10 lead for the Bearcats. Wake Forest 35-28 over Army, early second half as well. Marty Bird told me to smack $10 million on the Hogs today. Arkansas leading Arkansas Pine Bluff 45-0, so that looks like that'll cash out. Florida State 38-3 over UMass. Texas Tech 24-19 over Kansas State at home. Some action as well as mentioned. Eastern Michigan 31-10 over Bowling Green. Central Michigan 28-18 over Northern Illinois. Kent State leads Ohio 10-0. Texas State and Georgia State actually just kicked off as well. And halftime in the ACC, Virginia Tech leads Syracuse 19-13. Last week, though, in college football, because Penn State was off with a bye week, we don't have any college football live watch along or actions live right here on the channel, and did not recap during an NFL live stream by any means. So now, voila, here we are today. This is last week, and then we'll preview what's to come later on today as well, along with previewing next week too, with Penn State at Ohio State next Saturday night. Last week, though, Louisiana Lafayette defeated App State 41-13. Memphis 35-17 over Navy. 41-14 South Alabama over Georgia Southern. Marshall defeated North Texas, as did Clemson defeat Syracuse by 3, 17-14. Oregon at home held on, defeated Cal by 7, 24-17. And San Diego State defeated San Jose State in double overtime on the road, 19-13. We'll get into all the games from last Saturday now here in a second. Stay tuned. 3rd down and 4 from the 45 for Illinois. 10-7 Penn State. And Skowski going to go down on the sack by Nick Tarburton. And then the ball comes out, and Brisker picks it up. And Penn State, with another turnover on defense, returns at the 23-yard line. You going to roll them down in forward progress there? Yeah, I don't think so. Earlier, they took one off the board. Penn State should be up 10 right now, as they had a defensive touchdown on a fumble. And now Illinois turning it over for the 3rd time. Turnovers absolutely kill you. Just ask Penn State from 2 weeks ago to Iowa when they lost by 3, when they turned it over 4 times on 4 interceptions, even with an injured quarterback. So Sikowski rolled out, Tarburton hit him, and then Derek Tangelo, the transfer from Duke, came in and jarred the ball loose on his hit. Brisker right there to pick it up and return to the 23 for a Penn State first time. You got to capitalize. The other 2 turnovers haven't been able to score points. Had 1 interception, 1 fumble. Plus another fumble. It should have been a touchdown. You had no doubt about it on defense. Got to be able to capitalize. It's 1st down now for Penn State. Have to capitalize. Have to score points. You cannot settle for a field goal, though. If you have to, okay, but you can't settle for a field goal, though, in this situation. You're setting up shop right on the outside of the red zone, knocking on the door, 1st and 10 here, early 3rd quarter, up 3, 10-7 at home. And you're going to hand off and you're going to run this football. And Noah Kane gets about 4 on the game. 2nd down and 6. Have to score a touchdown here. Have to score a touchdown right now. pump fake to Parker Washington, and maybe a little bit of a hold or a block in the back. There's no penalty flag, and then Clifford does dump it off, but then they lose that 3-4 yard gain that Kane picked up a minute ago. It'll be 3rd down and 10 here with 10 minutes on the dot to play in the third quarter, with Penn State having a 10-7 lead. Jesus Christ. You can't move the football more than a couple yards and take time off the clock? Come on. I don't understand how you cannot run the football. Especially the way the defense is playing. 3 turnovers for you today, and you can't capitalize off of any of them yet. Clifford empty set. Going to step up. It's coming back, though, for a hold. Jesus Christ. Well, it's going to be declined because the pass was incomplete. Illinois, take the 4th and 10. Decline that. Why would you give them an extra down on 3rd and 20? Make Penn State kick the field goal. Jesus Christ. Yeah, holding, 10 yards. If I'm Bielema, I'm declining this. The pass was incomplete. It's 4th down and 10. And you make him kick the field goal. Holding. 10 yards. And the penalties declined. Okay, perfect. There's Joey Porter in the stands like, what the hell? The crowd's booing about something. I don't know what, other than the hold. Well, that's a hold for sure. You can't choke somebody and take them down to the ground without, I mean, it's not 1975 anymore, folks. Like, it's just how football is anymore. Oh, they wanted a late hit on Illinois on Clifford right there. Okay, yeah, that is a missed call. That's a late hit right there. Maybe a little bit of a flop there by Clifford, but no, he's defenseless. He threw it, and yeah, that's understandable. Why didn't they throw the late hit on that? That should have been an offsetting penalty, really, after seeing that. They still declined the hold, though, and it's 4th down, and Penn State's on for a field goal. And Joey Porter's look, the Steeler, great linebacker, of course, son playing for the Lions, number 9, Joey Porter Jr. in the secondary on defense. His look said it all, like, what the hell? These officials say, that's what I said, the officiating this season as a whole for Penn State, garbage. Today, not any better. Stout's kick is shanked wide right, no good. So they can't even capitalize off of another damn turnover. You got to be kidding me. Oh my God. Anything and everything that has gone wrong, or could go wrong, has gone wrong today. And they're playing the officials now, too. They are. I saw the whole... I didn't see that late hit at first. On the replay, yeah, that was a late hit. I don't know why they didn't throw a flag on that. That's why the crowd was booing. Those should have been offsetting, and it should have been a replay of 3rd and 10. The hold, though, yeah, because it was incomplete. Like I said, yeah, you declined it. They did. At first, that's the thing. The officials don't even know what the hell was going on. They're going to... even with Illinois saying, no, we want to decline it, it's 10 yards, we're going to replay the down. And then, like, no, okay, it's declined, it's 4th down. But then they still don't throw the late hit. And it's, now 4th down, and Penn State misses the kick. So it's still 10-7 after all this. 3 turnovers on defense, and the offense can't capitalize off of any of them. That's a minimum, of course, 0 points, which they have, but really 9, you kick 3 field goals, but a max of 21 if you score 3 touchdowns. Plus the one other touchdown that they had on defense, that was a fumble. They recovered in the end zone. They said touchdown Penn State. Then they said, without even reviewing it, and they still never reviewed it after the fact anyway, that forward progress was stopped even though there wasn't a whistle blown. They said he was down. And, yeah, this offense needs to wake the fuck up. This defense continue to play as good of a Penn State defense as I've seen in years. And I watch Penn State football every week, and I've watched Penn State football my whole entire life. Okay? This defense this year, of course, one loss 2 weeks ago in a bye week, but sleepy off of a bye. Like I said, who would have guessed that? As good of a defense, like I said, Penn State's had in forever, it seems like. But this is Penn State football for you. You run the football, you play good defense. But when there's no running game and the offense is one-dimensional, but then Clifford's injured, he's out there playing today, but he's not really playing, that good. And you can't move the ball, you can't take any time off the clock. Hell, you can't even capitalize off of another turnover, go 23 yards and score points, you miss a field goal. What do you expect? The defense, once again, playing their hearts out, and it's getting them nowhere. They're literally running in space right now. That's Penn State. Okay? That's Penn State football for you right now. At least on offense. Defense is playing extremely well. They are. But they can't hold it down the whole entire game because eventually, as the saying goes, what defense bends but doesn't break. Late in this game, the way Illinois is still running the football, even without turning it over, but more so turning it over as well, they can get more turnovers, okay, so be it. But they're going to be out there, hands on hips, give up a big play like they did 2 weeks ago. And like I said at halftime, don't be surprised if Illinois comes back and defeats Penn State today. I hate to say it, but it's true. Because the offense can't do jack shit. Handoff, and Illinois with a 25-yard drawn out pass midfield down the far Penn State sideline, and first down Illinois. All starts up front. Well, there's a hold. Why don't you throw a hold flag on that? You're going to throw penalties, call it both ways. Can't argue with, the officiating, though, because they're going to call what they want. They're going to call what they see. From midfield, 1st and 10. And about a yard or so if he's lucky, but nice stop there by Penn State, 2nd and 9. And another run and nowhere for Illinois to go. 3rd down. So defense once again making stops. But it's the offense that can't move the damn football. We'll still continue our recap from last week. See what else is cooking right now in college football as well. Preview what's to come in next week as well. So stay tuned. Let's see how this game finishes out. And go from there. 3rd and 9. Sikowski near side. Incomplete. 4th down. And now late penalty flag. What do we got here? Pass interference on the defense. On Joey Porter Jr. Well, pan back to Joey Porter and see his reaction. Let me see a replay to see if it was the right call, Dan Orlovsky. I don't know about that. Maybe a little bit, but not much. The thing, you got to call it down the middle. You got to call it both ways. Exactly. From the 34, out of the pistol. Officiating this year in football in general has been terrible. It has. It's like if it's a penalty, call it. If not, don't let them play. The replacement refs are better than the officiating we've seen at any level of football this year. And that's not saying much. But, I mean, come on. Second and 8 from the 32. And they run an end-around flea flicker. And Sikowski going to go deep in the end zone, has a man, and it's incomplete. Penn State lucked out on that. So Bielema was reaching up his sleeve. And the trick play, they almost score on it. It was caught, and then Jair Brown with and it was almost picked off as well by a couple of Penn State defenders in the end zone. And it's incomplete. Third down, and Illinois is in field goal range. They are. But see if Penn State defense can push them out or, of course, force them to settle for 3, okay. But Scouts going to go deep down the far side now, and it's going to be incomplete again. Intended for number 14 of Illinois, Casey Washington, and good coverage by Castro Fields. Good no call on a penalty. I'm surprised they didn't throw a flag on that because they throw a flag on every other fucking play today. Fourth down, and McCourt for his first field goal attempt of the afternoon. This is going to be from about 49, maybe 50 yards, depending on the spot. 50 officially. To tie it at 10 with 6:40 to play. And it's no good. So both kickers have missed a field goal today. Of course, weather-wise, dreary, wet, Big Ten football weather. Not good for the kicking game, though. But for the running game for Illinois, they're able to run. Penn State, though, can't. Now, that was wide left. And no good. Just very cloudy, cold, mid-50s. You know, Big Ten football weather in general. Rained earlier. That has since stopped. But Penn State going to try to capitalize off of a missed field goal now. But hell, they haven't been able to capitalize off of 3 Illinois turnovers, so I don't expect much on this. Clifford going to throw it out of bounds, incomplete, 10 for Condre Lambert-Smith, 2nd and 10. Penn State hasn't been able to do jack shit since the Condre Lambert-Smith touchdown to go up 7-0. And then it was 10-0, and then Illinois cut it right before halftime, 10-7. Now, halfway through the third quarter, we still sit at that same exact score. Clifford on a screen, complete to John Lovett. He gets to the 35 for about 3. It'll be 3rd down and 7. Why don't you take a deep shot? Go deep down the middle of the field. And then, of course, you turn it over. Well, just make sure it's deep enough because it will equal out to be as if you would have punted anyway. Don't run no halfback screen right now. Maybe a tight end screen. Go to your damn tight ends. Go to Johnson. Go to Strange. 3rd and 8. And it's going to be caught. 1st down, Penn State by number 3, Parker Washington. And a penalty flag. Who would have guessed it? What do we got here? Personal foul, face mask on the defense. 15 yards tacked on to the end of the catch and run. 1st down, Penn State. One flag's not going to make up for calling it down the middle, though. It's like these officials. I tell you what, Dotson in motion from the 41, knocking on the door again, 1st and 10. Clifford. Oh my God, you got to catch that. 10 for 84, Theo Johnson, incomplete. You have to catch that. Jesus Christ. Catch the football before you run. My God. 2nd and 10, 5:25 to play after the incomplete pass. Run the football. Run the ball. Establish your running game here. You're at home with a lead. Run the ball. Pump fake. Gonna screen, complete to Lovett, but he's gonna lose a yard. Jesus Christ. They sure as hell are. I knew coming in it'd be a interesting game. I mean, I knew it'd be a good game on top of it as well. I feel by now, though, I thought Penn State would have pulled away. But no. 6-minute game. And they still can't run the football. And they can't capitalize off turnovers. Can't just hold on and expect to win. 3rd and 10. Clifford. And it's going to be batted down, incomplete. Jesus Christ. Does anybody ever remember the Titans? Well, I'm going to call up Herman Boone from his grave, and we're going to take a little run down to Gettysburg, is where we're going to go. Penn State with this running game, this offense, for God's sakes. Jesus Christ. Total yards for Penn State right now? A full 180. 138 passing and 42 rushing. It's flip-flops, actually, look at it, because Illinois can't pass, but they can run. Penn State can pass, but they can't run. Illinois somehow, some way, yes, is still in this game. Because, well, Penn State's letting them stay in this game because they can't run the ball, they can't stop the run, they can't capitalize off of 3 turnovers, along with setting up shop with some good field goal position. Just absolutely pathetic. And now you got to go to Ohio State next week, who plays at Indiana tonight. Maryland's going to be a tough one on the road as well. Still got to go to Michigan State, plus Michigan and Rutgers coming into Happy Valley next month. Come on. 2nd and 6. From the 15, Kalski going to hand off. Chase Brown, first down, run out past the 30 to the 32, first down, Illinois. Defense, defense, defense. Just continue to play the way you've played all season long, and don't give up the big play. Do not give up the big play in this second half. Illinois with another run. And Chase Brown's going to be brought down on the tackle. Ball comes out late, but yeah, he was down that time. Ebikady, among a few others, on the gang tackle by the blue and white on defense. 2:56 and counting to play in this third quarter. Penn State still leads it by 3, 10-7, during homecoming. here this afternoon. And 2nd and 2, they're going to sneak it. They must feel, okay, we have a 2nd and 2 or a 3rd and 2, we can sneak it. We can push the pile rather than a yard or inches to go, like a lot of other teams do. Or in those situations, they'll throw deep when they need to get a yard for a first down. The basics. Go back to them. Keep it simple. First and 10 for Illinois. Skowski on a handoff. And another first down run. Illinois making it look easy. Hell, they're going to finish with over 1,000 yards rushing by the time this game's over. Keep it up. See, this is what happens when you can't do jack shit on offense and defense is out there the whole entire game. Can't stop the run. Now late in the game, hands on hips, giving up these big plays. What do you expect? Seriously. They're going to score. Whether it's going to be a field goal to tie it or take the lead, Illinois is going to score. Not unless Penn State gets another turnover. Chase Brown, another run for 5, maybe 6 yards. 2nd and 7. Jesus Christ. And Sikowski on another give and another first down run for Illinois. Now Chase Brown's going to have over 200 yards rushing by the end of the game. Illinois is in no hurry here. 10 seconds in the 3rd quarter to play. They might snap, but they might not. If they do anything, well, they will snap. I was going to say to try to draw them off sides, but another 5-yard run. And to begin the 4th and final quarter of play, Illinois is going to have a 2nd and 5. Down 3 on the road at Penn State. It is 10-7. Nittany Lions. I'm not really surprised a whole lot. I'm not. I mean, I am, but I'm not. But once again, what do you expect when you can't run the football? Your offense is one-dimensional. You haven't done jack shit since the 1st quarter. And you can't stop the run, even with as good defense as you playing. They're able to drive. And like I said, Illinois is going to score here before too long. Whether it's tie it or take the lead, we'll see. Penn State's had a ton of opportunities to close this out today. You can't just get out to a lead and expect to hold on to win. No. It doesn't go like that. Sometimes it does and it's in your favor, but 95% of the time it's going to bite you in the ass. We'll see if it does today or not. But just very frustrating. 3 turnovers, they can't capitalize off of any of them with points. The difference is a field goal. Plus, both kickers missed another field goal apiece. Penn State on defense has to make plays. Have to stop the run. Still have to find a running game on offense here late in the game to close it out. They can run the football in this 4th quarter when they need to and close it out and win. Okay, for now. But moving ahead, no, that's got to change. Got to be more balanced and more consistent on offense in running the football. And the offense, still has to open it up. And, of course, yes, continue to make plays. One after another, left and right and left. Just absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. With that being said, at the end of the third quarter, Penn State leads Illinois 10-7. Art Skowski, 6 of 13 for 30 yards and an interception. Illinois also has, of course, 2 fumbles, so 3 total turnovers, but Penn State hasn't been able to capitalize of any. Clifford's 10 of 23 for a $138 and a touchdown. This game for Illinois, if they win, it's going to be one on the ground because they're beating Penn State in the rushing right now. Because Penn State cannot. Just absolutely mind-blowing. It's almost November and you don't have a running game. You're halfway through the season. You cannot run the football. Yet somehow you're 5-1. Should be 6-0. Chase Brown is 24 for 182 on the ground and touchdown. Hell, Illinois has 2 100-yard running backs today, as Josh McCray has 16 carries for 113 yards rushing now as well. Whereas Penn State as a team only has 42 rushing yards. Kevon Lee, 7 of 24. John Lovett, 3 for 18. And Noah Kane, 4 for 11. Not even going to get into the receiving because there's not really a whole lot there right now. But that's where we sit at. 10-7 at the end of the third. About to begin the fourth and final quarter of play with the Fighting Illini and Nittany Lions and Penn State's homecoming Generations of Greatness Big Ten matchup. And now Taquan Roberson about to start to warm up on the sideline. I get, of course, try to create a spark, but why now? I get nothing's working in your favor, but still, why now? As well as this defense is playing. Even with going into today, whether it was going to be Clifford returning from injury, which he did, or if it was going to be Roberson or Vayu starting at quarterback. You run the football and you help out whoever is playing quarterback. Another 3rd and 2, they sneak it, first down Illinois. You run the football like Illinois has for as many yards as they have today. And give your quarterback, give your offense some breathing room. Make it comfortable. Balance and consistency. But you can't run the football. So shame on you. It's your own damn fault. 1st and 10. After a 3rd down conversion again by Illinois. It is 10-7 in the 4th quarter. An old school, low-scoring affair. As another yard or so on the run, 2nd down. We'll still continue to recap last week. See what was going on right now in college football. I believe Army just tied it up at home against Wake Forest. Oklahoma just took a lead at Kansas. Michigan extending their lead at home as well over Northwestern. But here in the meantime, Penn State's trying to hold on at home, 10-7 at home against Illinois. 2nd down and 9 from the 14 as the Fighting Illini are knocking on the door with those throwback end zones as well for the blue and white. And they run a tight end screen near side. He's going to walk into the end zone for a touchdown. Penn State, plain and simple, is getting beat. They are getting outcoached. They are getting outplayed. And if the Nittany Lions lose, they're going to deserve to lose today. But they're still 13-12 to play. Illinois just took their first lead. It's 13-10. And just imagine if Penn State does lose this, blowing a lead, home or away, coming off of a loss and a bye week when you had all this time to prepare. Oh, I don't want to see your ass sitting up there at your post-game press conference, arms crossed. It starts with me. I got to do a better fucking job. We've heard it how many fucking times before, Franklin. Enough's enough. The thing is, with all that being said, losing one game, coming off of a bye, lose another if they do. We got a flag on the play. We'll see what this is. Okay, they'll repeat the down. They take the touchdown off the board. They take the touchdown off the board from Illinois. So they take the touchdown off the board. They fake the give. Touchdown. And then they throw the hold. How can you throw a penalty 20 minutes after the play? If I'm Illinois, I'm pissed. They take the touchdown off the board. If I'm a Penn State fan, I'm happy. Okay, third down still, right? You got to reset the clock. No, but with as hot of a name James Franklin is for USC and LSU right now, and this keeps up, he's already turned down a few in the past, let him fucking walk. And believe me, I got potential candidates, starting with Matt Roll, to come in and take over right here in Happy Valley. Okay, there's an eligible receiver downfield. That's declined, and we got a hold, or a pass interference. So they'll replay the down. It'll be second down and long. These officials have taken 2 touchdowns off the board now, 1 by each team. That was a perfect play call. It is a touchdown. I don't get how you can throw a penalty, though, as long as, as long as they did after that play. That's horseshit if I'm Illinois. I'm pissed. And rightfully so. But it was a penalty, though. You look at the replay. It was a clear hold. They said offensive pass interference because it was on the receiver. I don't know about the ineligible man downfield by any means. But now, this is when Penn State's defense has to step the hell up. 2nd and 24, back at the 29. They just had a touchdown in the lead. Now they're going to run it. Got another penalty flag coming in. This will be a hold, 10 yards. They'll replay second down again. Be second in a few miles. Now we got a personal foul, face mask on the defense. Where? How? Half the distance, automatic first down. So they'll have a 1st and 10. What, at the 14-yard line? Okay, that is a face mask. Okay. This game has been absolutely crazy. So just thinking that, okay, Illinois was going to have a second and from Wilkes-Barre to State College to go. Now they got an automatic 1st down and 10. From the 15. Handoff, and Illinois is still going to walk into the end zone for 6. Touchdown, Fighting Illini. And they, just as they took the lead a minute ago, penalty, well, got another touchdown, but another yellow flag. Jesus Christ, another penalty. Is this coming back? Is this another hold? Holding on Illinois, 10 yards. They're going to take another touchdown off the board. You have to be kidding me today. But we'll see if it was a penalty or not. Because if it was, it's going to be a good call. If not, they got an argument. That's a hold. That's a hold. Open up the hole, and no wonder he walked in the end zone for 6. Now they got a 1st and 20. Penalties and turnovers kill you. Back at the 24 now. Back and forth. Back and forth. What's going to give? Sure, something will. Penn State's defense needs a play. And it's going to be batted down, incomplete. Good coverage by number 3, Johnny Dixon. Transferred from South Carolina. And surprised they didn't throw a flag on that either. That's just good coverage. Batted it down and then tackled him as if he caught it. So now 2nd and 20, 12:44 to play. It's 10-7 Penn State from the 24-yard line. Handoff, and Chase Brown to the 19 for about 5. As Illinois as a team, almost 300 yards rushing today on the road at Penn State. Yeah, Illinois, 2 touchdowns on this drive, both called back because of penalties. I'd be pissed. I would. These officials need to get control of this game and not necessarily take it over like they always try to do, but just get control. Got a timeout by Brett Bielema in Illinois with 12 minutes on the dot to play. 3rd and 15 when we return as Mark Calloway, the Undertaker, has arrived to help the Penn State defense in making the Illinois offense rest in peace. Commercial break with the timeout. 10-7, Penn State. 12 minutes to play. Update some scores. Currently, Cincinnati 27-10 over Navy. Oklahoma 28-17. They lead the Kansas Jayhawks. Michigan now 33-7 at home over Northwestern. You can pencil another win in the win column for the Wolverines. Wake Forest Army in a back and forth shootout, 49-42. They just began the 4th quarter. Arkansas 45-0 over Arkansas Pine Bluff. 59-3 Florida State over UMass. Kansas State, Texas Tech getting good on FS1, 25-24. Wildcats over the Red Raiders. Eastern Michigan 45-17 over Bowling Green. Central Michigan 35-29 over Northern Illinois. Hell, Syracuse at Virginia Tech 20-19 midway through the 3rd quarter. 17-7 Kent State defeating Ohio, and Georgia State now at the end of one at home, 13-6 they lead over Texas State. But now back to last week, last Saturday, before we preview what's to come for today. Cincinnati 56-21, they won over Central Florida. Michigan State last week defeated Indiana on the road 20-15. Spartans now host the Buckeyes of Ohio State later on tonight. Indiana, back to the Penn State Indiana game. Their few losses were to top 10 teams in Iowa, Cincinnati, and of course Penn State, Michigan State as well, Ohio State. Indiana's had a tough schedule, they have, but they've hung on and kept it close in a few of those games. But Hoosiers, 2021 is not 2020. Oklahoma State beat Texas in Austin last week. Came from behind and horns down, 32-24. Auburn 38-23 at Arkansas. They won. LSU 49-42 winners at home over the Florida Gators. But then the next day, this past Sunday, Ed Orgeron and LSU have mutually decided to part ways at the end of the season. So he'll continue to coach from now until the end of the season. But both USC and now LSU are looking for new head coaches, and James Franklin from Penn State is a top candidate for both jobs. So keep in mind Franklin's success, of course, at Vanderbilt and now at Penn State to potentially get him one of those 2 jobs if he'd want. He's already turned down USC. He's turned down Texas A&M along with Miami. We'll see how this upcoming coaching carousel shakes out with everybody that'll be involved. 3rd and 15, and Illinois with an incomplete pass. They'll bring out the field goal unit for another field goal to try to tie this game up again. So Penn State, the difference right now is a field goal from Jordan Stout earlier. 10-7 is your score. He's also missed one. Illinois has missed one. So you add that along with, or you add all that up. The one Penn State miss is 13-7. You add the Illinois miss plus his make right there, we'd be tied at 13. But we're tied at 10 with 11:49 to play. But remember, they took a touchdown off the board by Penn State. They took 2 touchdowns on the same drive, so 1 touchdown from Illinois off the board. So we're still tied then if the score is a little bit higher than what it is. But then also Penn State's not been able to capitalize on 3 turnovers by Illinois and wound up with 0 on the scoreboard in that regard. So, Penn State right now still could be tied, up 9, up 21, anywhere in between. But we're tied at 10. So that's where we sit, 10-10 with 11:49 to play in this game. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Always greatly appreciated. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. So yes, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe right here on YouTube. All you have to do is hit the red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it as well. Thumbs up button as well. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Illinois, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions, comments, super chats, super stickers. Always great. Appreciate it. We'll get back to it with Penn State back on offense. Now, tied up at home, 10 apiece during homecoming against Illinois. 10-10, Penn State's got to find a running game to close this game out. Also last week, Texas A&M defeated Mizzou 35-14 in the battle of 2 former Big 12 schools that both joined the SEC back in 2012, which is hard to believe that's been a decade ago, but hard to believe it's been 10 years since Penn State defeated Illinois for Jip Turner's 409th win back in October of 2011 as well by a final score of 10-7, in which the score was at halftime and was until just a few seconds ago until Illinois tied at 10. So 10-10, 11:49 to play. Illinois at Penn State. Also in the Big Ten, this was last week though, Minnesota at home defeated Nebraska 30-23. Northwestern defeated Rutgers 21-7. UConn picked up their first win in almost 2 years. Thought Arizona was going to do the same last night, but blew it at home against Washington. We'll get to that game in a minute. But UConn last week defeated Yale 21-15. UConn actually lost last night as well at home to Middle Tennessee State. But also last week, Tulsa, living on Tulsa time, 32-31 over South Florida. In the MAC, another 1-point victory. Buffalo 27-26 over Ohio. Virginia shut out Duke 48-0. Ball State 38-31 winners at Eastern Michigan. Miami, Ohio 34-21 defeating Akron. Troy 31-28 defeating Texas State. Georgia last Saturday afternoon 30-13 winners at home against Kentucky. Purdue upset Iowa last week, 24-7 on the road from Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City. Week after Iowa, of course, defeated these Penn State Nittany Lions, who are tied with Illinois 10-10 in the fourth quarter. This is also, once again, last week still, Western Kentucky 43-20 defeating ODU. UAB shut out Southern Miss 34-0. North Carolina 45-42 winners at home over the U. Pitt, they are now ranked, hosting Clemson in about a half hour or so from Heinz Field in Steel City. They went to Blacksburg Lane Stadium last week, defeated Virginia Tech 28-7. In overtime, Central Michigan defeated Toledo 26-23. Northern Illinois 34-26 over Bowling Green. Western Michigan also defeated Kent State 64-31. Colorado, along with Fresno State, along with University of Texas San Antonio as well, all picked up shutout victories. Colorado 34-0 over Arizona. Fresno State 17-0 over Wyoming. And University of Texas San Antonio ranked for the first time ever in program history, as mentioned earlier, as they defeated Rice last week as well, 45-0. Baylor at home defeated BYU 38-24, as the Cougs have lost 2 in a row. They now travel to Pullman to take on Washington State without head coach, as Nick Rolovich was fired for not receiving the COVID-19 vaccine, as BYU lost to Boise State, and Baylor now at Washington State today before hosting Virginia and their former head coach and Bronco Mendenhall on Halloween weekend. Also last week, South Carolina 21-20 winners over Vanderbilt. Texas Tech beat Kansas Alabama 49-9 a week after they lost A&M, defeating Mississippi State. Penn State going to have a 3rd and short here after a bubble screen, more of a 3rd and 3. Bubble screen complete to number 13, Keandre Lambert-Smith. Yeah, now 3rd and 3, 11-11 to play. Say your prayers for the blue and white to win this. But an empty set, or excuse me, no. 4 receivers wide, Parker Washington motion near side, now trips in a bunch near side with John Lovett in the backfield at running back. Clifford looking to throw, going to roll out near side. And throw incomplete at the 40, and then they say catch by number 5, Jahan Dotson. First down, Penn State. Nice catch. Get up there, hurry up, snap it. Just make sure he did catch it. And that's a catch. That ball never hit the ground. Okay, that's a catch. They might want to look at it just for the hell of it, just to be safe, because it is 3rd down. It'd be an incomplete 4th down. That is a catch. That's first down, Penn State. So, take a look at it, and then tell me something good. We'll have our first review with 10:41 to play. Right now it's 1st and 10, Penn State. It was 3rd down and 3, though. If it's incomplete, if they overturn it, it'll be 4th down. Penn State will punt. Illinois will get the football back, but it should stand. Should be a catch. It should be a first down for the blue and white. See your replay once again here. Yeah, that's a catch. That's no doubt a catch. No brainer. Think. That's a catch. That's close, but that's a catch. And they rolled it a catch on the field, so keep in mind they have to find undisputed video evidence to overturn it, to say it's incomplete. 4th down, Penn State punt to Illinois. That's a catch. That's a catch. You got to build off of this if it stands, though. You got to get a running game going. You got to build some rhythm, momentum up. Quick review. Yeah, tell us something good here. It's a catch. First down, Penn State. Run the rock. Run the damn football. Run this clock. Make Illinois call their 2 timeouts. Run the ball. Poor clock management 2 weeks ago at Iowa, which also lost them that game. Because with 8 minutes to play, they could have wound it to 3. 6 minutes and change, Iowa scored, took the lead, and hung on and won. Run the football. Hand off John Lovett, 2 yards. Work the play clock now. Don't snap this until there's under 10 minutes to play. Keep it simple. Dotson in motion. And now they're going to let this clock wind. Not snap it until 1 second. Thank you, with 9:40 to play. Bubble screen, and then Dotson. What did I say earlier? There's more than Jahan Dotson on offense to throw the fucking football to. Bubble screen going to be, and that's a bad block by Keandre Lambert-Smith. You can't let him walk right by you and tackle your teammate in the backfield for a loss of a few yards. And now it's 3rd and 12, excuse me. Enough east-west, north-south, the end zone's ahead of you. Work the clock, though. And snap with 7 seconds on the play clock. All right. And then Clifford goes down the sack. Jesus Christ. Where is the running game? And now 4th down. So that 3rd down conversion that they reviewed, that it stood and it was Penn State football, 1st down. 3 plays later, 4th down, and Penn State's going to have to punt. Still tied at 10 with Illinois. Defense has to make a stop. Biggest stop of the year. That's what they need coming up. But go back to that touchdown they took off the board earlier. They'd be up right now. It took 2 Illinois touchdowns on one drive off, so there's one. We'd still be tied if everything else worked out the way it has. You know, even with the field goals, the missed field goals. Penn State, though, the 3 turnovers they got on defense, not being able to capitalize on offense with those, and not being able to run the football. If they lose, that's why they're going to lose. Just absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. And blame Sean Clifford all you want. He's going out there injured. Yes, trying his best, could be playing better. But he gives them the best chance to win. You want to throw Taquan Roberson in? No. No. We saw what happened against Iowa. No chance in hell. Just no. So don't even start with that. If they had a running game, I've been saying it all season long. Said it how many times once again today. I'll continue to say it all season long until they finally find a running game, and then I'll still hound. Just, like I said, with Franklin, Mike Yurcich as an offense coordinator, what he did at Oklahoma State, Ohio State, Texas, able to score points. Penn State, yeah, sleepy coming off a bye week. They've lost to Illinois during a homecoming home game as well before in the past. Will history repeat itself? We'll see. Just, there's not much else to be said. They've had their chances, and they haven't been able to capitalize. And there's no running game. The defense can't do it all for them. But the defense needs to get a stop. Defense needs to play the best defensive drive they've played all season long coming up next, if they want to win this game. Plain and simple. And then don't be shocked if Penn State drops in the top 25 poll. But this AP poll is going to be going away, of course, here in a couple weeks because the college football playoff rankings will be released shortly. So, of course, we'll see how those look when they're released early November. But we'll get back to the action momentarily. But back to last week here once again. Where did we leave off? I feel about right here. Louisiana Monroe defeated Liberty 31-28. Colorado State, last night at least, arguably the horse clock management ever in football history. We'll get into that in a minute. But last week they defeated New Mexico 36-7. Utah State 28-24 at UNLV. Oklahoma beat TCU 52-31. Ole Miss Tennessee, and the debacle that became late with the call with the wasn't first down versus wasn't first down. The fans getting pissed and throwing shit on the field, including a golf ball and a mustard bottle at Lane Kiffin. Ole Miss ended up winning 31-26. NC State 33-7 over Boston College. Iowa State 33-20 over Kansas State. Washington State defeated Stanford at home 34-31 and then fired their head coach Nick Rolovich because he did not receive the COVID vaccine, even with it being mandated. Now he's suing the university. Illinois going to have a third down and short here after a few runs, so see if Penn State can make another stop here and get the ball back. Army at home right now in a shootout with Wake Forest. They went to Wisconsin last week and lost to the Badgers by 6 from Camp Randall Madison 20-14. UCLA 24-17 winners at Washington. They host Chip Kelly and UCLA do, his former team, and Oregon coming up shortly. 3rd and 1, more like 3rd and 2 for Illinois from the 35. Sikowski under center. And he's going to hand off again, and Illinois is going to pick up another first down on the run. First down, Fighting Illini. All they're going to do is run this damn ball, run down Penn State's throat, score a touchdown, if not take the lead, and give Penn State, even with 3 timeouts, a little no time remaining to try to drive on offense when they can't do jack shit on offense to score, to either tie it or win the game. First and 10 from the 39 for Illinois. And another run near side. And another yard or so before number 99, Keziah Izzard makes the stop. Also last week, as mentioned, yes, UCLA defeated Washington 24-17, UTEP 19-13 over Louisiana Tech. Air Force defeated Boise State 24-17. Utah 35-21 winners over Arizona State. And Nevada defeated Hawaii 34-17. Now, we'll get in a little bit later on here what's going on right now in college football, so stay tuned. 2nd and 8. Nowhere for Brown to go. Curtis Jacobs on the stop of the line of scrimmage for Penn State. 3rd down and 8 with 5:48 to play. So we will update scores, have final stats and scores when this game goes final. Maybe we go to overtime. I don't know. Preview what's to come later on today in college football. Discuss next week as well. Doesn't look like we're going to get to USC and LSU football once again, but eventually we will, just a matter of when. 3rd and 8, Sikowski going to go down the sack. Arnold Ebiketie steps up and brings him down on a sack. 4th down, Illinois punt. Penn State's getting the ball back. 5-10 and counting, 3 timeouts, tied at 10 at home during homecoming. See if the greatness throughout the generations of Penn State football, as Penn State is wearing their Generations of Greatness uniforms today, can give them an edge here late in the game at home to come back and win this. Fair catch at the 15-yard line with 4 to play. We're tied at 10. 10 apiece, 10-10, Illinois, Penn State here late in the 4th quarter. Once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. See what happens here. Penn State needs to stay focused and finish the job. The Lions are going to look to, once again, not blow a lead. But even with giving up a field goal to tie it at 10, come back and win this game. Got to find a running game. About 4:44 to play. Penn State's going to have a 1st and 10 from the 15 when we return after the fair catch of the punt. 3 timeouts. You run the ball, you open up play action, you use your timeouts if you need to, use the sideline as well. Just don't turn the damn ball over. No stupid penalties either. Okay? If they can do just that, not all, but I'd hope for all of that to happen. But even just a little bit of it. Maybe they need just get a big play and it sparks a big pass play or big run play. And I don't care who it is. Just find pay dirt. Hit the end zone and score a touchdown. Field goal is going to win it for you too, no doubt about it here. You're tied at 10. But if you have to settle for field goal, well, how much time is going to be left at that point, and so on and so forth. That we still might go to overtime. But no, just stay focused. Keep trucking. Mindsets ahead.
One word. Got it.
You keep moving ahead, north, south, not east, west. You move towards the end zone, and you hope here to
Now we're up to 1.75% cash back on all purchases.
not start a losing streak.
Members on the mission.
I want to get back on a winning streak. I want to get back in the win column. And then you got a tough one next week, but we'll get to Ohio State when we get to Ohio State next Saturday night.
It's a whole new kind of brisket, done the Chipotle way.
It's going to be an interesting finish. It's going to come down to the wire, just like I said. I don't know when it was. But touching me, touching you, reaching out. Touching me, touching you, sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, shut the hell up. Quiet down. Let's get this offense rolling. Handoff. And about a 5-yard run for, who is that, number 21, Noah Kane? Yes. Kevon Lee hasn't been seen since he went down with an injury early third quarter. Noah Kane, John Lovett. Okay, there's no Devin Ford, there's no Keziah Holmes. You chip away at it, eventually you're going to break one. You run the ball, you open up the play action, you open up the rest of the playbook, go to your tight ends as well, score a damn touchdown and win this thing. Hand off, Noah Kane, first down run, Penn State. 6 yards on a 2nd and 4, first down, move those sticks. Empty set, 5 wide on 1st and 10 with 3:45 to play. Lambert Smith in motion near side. Pump fake to him. Dumps it off as nobody's open downfield. Okay. Keep it simple. He's going to get out of bounds, so the clock's going to stop. Gets about 2, maybe 3 yards. 2nd down. Clock rolling, 3:25 now to play. Ball at the 29, 2nd and 8. Illinois almost jumps off sides. No. Guess what we haven't had as of late? A penalty. Watch for these officials to throw one here soon. Mark my words. Mark my words. 3rd and 5. 2nd and 8. Or 3:05 to play. 2nd and 8, excuse me. And now we got a timeout as the play clock was about to expire. Okay, get set. But Penn State going to call their first timeout. Both teams with 2 remaining with 3:01 to play in a 2nd and 8. Jesus Christ. You don't want to use your timeouts in a situation like that. You want to keep them in your back pocket. I'd say right now, this game, along with Wake Forest and Army, are the 2 best games on there now. Oklahoma's going to find another way to win here. They just scored again, 35-20. They're going to beat Kansas. They'll get to 8-0. Should have 6, 7, 8 losses, for God's sakes. But arguably, yeah, I'd say these 2 games right now, watching a few of them, these 2 are the best of the best here at high noon. 2nd and 8, they're going to run it again. It'll be 3rd and 2.5, 3 yards, maybe 4, depending on the spot. 3rd and 3, okay. 2:46 and counting. 2:46 and counting. Now 2:40. 3rd and 3 for Penn State. 10-10 with the Fighting Illini Indy Lions. Get a first down. Just get a first down. That's all I ask. Don't turn it over. No stupid penalties. Clifford looking to throw. And they get the first down. Pass complete. Parker Washington needed 3, got 4. First down. Move those sticks again. First down for the blue and white. Short pass. Keep it simple. Just move the ball. First down to first down to first down. Eventually, you're going to be in the red zone, and eventually, you're going to be scoring a touchdown. And then Clifford on a keeper, going to lose a few, but second down and 12, I'd say, or so. Under 2 to play. You got to go a little bit faster now, but you don't want to go too fast and talk about poor clock management. Last night, Colorado State, the clock was stopped at 11 seconds, and they brought a field goal unit out to kick it. When they should have just spiked it, and then they missed the field goal, and that's how they lost. Second and 12, 135 and counting to play. Another handoff. And Kane for 3. Now you're going to have to throw on third down. They know you're going to throw. What pass do you throw, though? Is it going to be a deep ball? Maybe. Probably not, though. Is it going to be... I think Penn State's going to wind this clock call timeout on 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. Watch a screen. Watch for a screen. Trips near side. Watch for a screen. Or watch for something over the middle. Right at the first down marker. Under a minute to play. We're going to be going to overtime. Penn State's in no hurry. They're not even out past midfield yet. 50 seconds and counting. Clifford looking for her. Just don't turn it over. Going to step up and overthrows Parker Washington. Incomplete. 4th down. And now Illinois with 2 timeouts is going to have 43 seconds to move the ball. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to run the football, in which Penn State can't do. They're going to run the football. Illinois today, rushing as a team, has 304 yards rushing. That's absolutely pathetic by the Penn State defense to go that many yards rushing today. And you're in a tie 10-10 game, and a field goal for Illinois will win it. But maybe just like 10 years ago, Illinois will doink, and well, a muffed punt, and then a return. Are they going to say fair catch at the 5? Or no, he can't. Yeah, it's blown dead. He can't pick it up and run. It wasn't even a muffed punt. I don't know if he touched that or not. Penn State would recover. They'd be set up shot 1st and goal at the 5. But yeah, no, you can't run then after that. So they blow it dead. Illinois going to have length of the field to go. It looked like he did touch it, and Penn State, if they would have been there to recover, yeah, touchdown wins it, field goal wins it for you. No, but maybe Illinois, if they can get in field goal range here, 1st and 10, 33 seconds, 2 timeouts, sidelines as well. Maybe they doink it, and, well, they lost 10 years ago, 10-7, Paterno's 409th win. Maybe, to send us to overtime. If they're just getting, hell, they might just take a knee here. Yeah, because they got 92 yards to go. They're going to fake the give. Ebikady and Brisker are going to chase. Joey Porter Jr. going to push him out of bounds. And then don't you dare throw a 15-yard penalty on a late hit out of bounds. No? Okay, good. Yeah, 27 seconds. Clock stops. Yeah, tackle him inbounds. Don't push him out. Clock's going to stop. So they run a bootleg. And Illinois has got a 2nd and about 2. With 27 seconds to play. 2nd and 4, officially. They gave him 6 on the pickup. I think they get a little bit more than that. Defense needs another stop. Does Illinois have the balls to throw it? Either way, whether they're throwing or running, Penn State has 3 turnovers on defense that they couldn't capitalize off of. From the 14 officially. Yeah, they're just going to run the ball. We're going to go to overtime here with Illinois and Penn State. And, well, Illinois and Penn State have been to overtime right here in Happy Valley before as well. Back in 2013, we went to double overtime before Penn State made a game-clinching interception in the end zone to seal it. So, yeah, I smell some overtime coming. 1st and 10 Illinois, though. They call timeout. They have 1 remaining. Penn State with 2. 10-10 here, 19 seconds to play. Illinois has not been able to pass, but they've been able to run. Penn State on the flip side, for the most part, I guess, sort of been able to pass, but not really. But then they have no running game, though, either. Illinois has a 200-yard rusher and a 100-yard rusher, whereas Penn State, as a team, only has 52 yards rushing. Illinois 60 rushes today. That's a single game school record for the Fighting Illini. I knew coming in they were going to be running the football. I told you at the start. And here we are. And Penn State is getting beat by it. Another handoff, Chase Brown. He's going to break a tackle, make the... Oh, my God. If he would have broke that, he'd be walking in the end zone with no time. And a touchdown, and Illinois would have won it on that. Jesus Christ. Nice tackle, whoever made that tackle there. Jair Brown came in late. But Illinois is going to call their third and final timeout now with 13 seconds. And from the 8 to... Where do they have it at now? Close to midfield. If not, on the right side of the 50. Bring the field goal unit on for a kick. They got to get a little bit closer. It'll be 1st and 10 Illinois from the 42-yard line. They got a good 20 yards to go to get field goal range. And they're just going to run it probably. No, they're going to throw. Sikowski, near side, and it's almost picked off, incomplete. Good coverage by Daquan Hardy. First time I've said his name all afternoon, number 25, the Penn Hills native. Incomplete, 2nd and 10 with 8 seconds. You got one play to get yourself in field goal range and then spike if you don't get out of bounds, but clock might hit 0 by that point. Kick a field goal. Or you throw the Hail Mary right now if you're Illinois. 2nd and 10 from the 42. Trips in a bunch near side. Sikowski going to roll out and a dump off. And then Brandon Smith with the stop. Clock's going to roll. Clock's going to strike 0. And we're heading to overtime during Penn State's homecoming Generations of Greatness matchup with Illinois tied at 10. 10-10 with Illinois and Penn State at the end of regulation going to overtime on ABC. Thank you once again for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. You win the toss, you want to play defense because you want to know what you have to get to win. Of course, it's the NFL. You want the football because you score first, you win. But it's college football. It's Saturday. You win the coin toss, you play defense. Okay? You play defense. Penn State's got to get a stop, though, on defense as well. And then the offense, hopefully, of course, is going to be 1st and 10 for everybody starting at the 25. Now, there is a new overtime rule for college football this year. Beginning in the, and they'll go over the rules with us. Beginning in the 2nd overtime, you have to go for 2 rather than in the 3rd overtime as it was always before. You get to the 3rd overtime, it's just 2-point attempts. Back and forth with both of these teams. So, who has some good plays up their sleeve in that regard? Michigan just won. Oklahoma just won.
And by being brave, you're helping us all be brave. We know it's not easy, but helping will make everything go back to normal.
Cincinnati defeated Navy as well. Eastern Michigan over Bowling Green. Arkansas beat Arkansas Pine Bluff. Florida State, and Kansas State both won.
Find ways to help children feel safe at unicefusa.org/COVID-19. That's
Syracuse and Virginia Tech in a close one. Hokies 29-27 in the 4th. Central Michigan, Northern Illinois in a close one as well. 38-36 in the 4th. Wake Forest 63-49 at Army. Jesus Christ, no defense being played in that game. Coming up, though, at 3 o'clock here, 3:30. Wisconsin-Purdue's already underway. We got Oklahoma State, Iowa State, LSU, Ole Miss, Clemson, and Pitt, along with Maryland and Minnesota. BYU, Washington State, Oregon, UCLA. Overtime, you play defense. Here's the coin toss. You win the toss. Of course, Illinois, the visitor, is going to have the option to choose heads or tails. You win the toss, you play defense. Clifford and Sutherland are out for Penn State. We're going to overtime right here in Happy Valley. The officials, with a few touchdowns taken off the board, missed kicks, all the turnovers, teams not being able to capitalize. I feel we'd still be tied if everything else goes the way it did anyway. So we're still going to overtime here. End of story. One timeout. Second overtime, you got to go for two now rather than the third. And then once you get to the third and on, you go for 2 points. Illinois with heads. It's heads. Illinois won the toss. They're going to play defense. Illinois plays defense. Penn State's going to defend the South student end zone. And this is for the first overtime. Of course, they'll switch end zones. You keep going. Penn State has played in the longest Big Ten overtime game in history. It was back in 2013 against Michigan. They won in 4 overtimes over the Wolverines. About a month later, Illinois rolled in early November. Penn State defeated Illinois in overtime that afternoon as well. So Illinois won the toss. They're going to play defense. Penn State on offense here first. First and 10 from the 25. Need to score a touchdown. Field goal's not going to cut it, because if you give up a touchdown, then you're going to lose. But if you hold them to a kicker, whether they make it, okay, you go to double overtime. If they miss it, well, then you win that way too. But yeah, time possession, along with rushing yards, that's where Illinois has won the game. Even with 3 turnovers, we're still tied at 10 going to overtime because Penn State couldn't capitalize. They have no running game. From the 25, first and 10, left to right across your television screen, radio and audio dial. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Penn State going to the South student end zone, trips in a bunch near side. Clifford out of the gun and going to step up and then dumps it off on the screen. Noah Kane for about 4 yards before stepping out of bounds. And it'll be second down and about 7 for the Nittany Lions. Get some other games on here as well, coming up at 3:30. But of course, for the time being, worried about overtime right now with Illinois and Penn State tied at 10. Second and 7 from the 22. Same formation, running back to the right though this time, and Kane on the give. Just don't turn it over, because you turn it over, you don't have anything to show for it, and then all Illinois is going to need is a field goal to win it. Third down and 2, another handoff, that one for 5. Exactly, where the hell are the tight ends today? Strange has a catch. Theo Johnson was targeted once, dropped it. There's no running game. Yeah, like, come on. It's not that hard to see. Under center, Tyler Warren in motion. He's the third tight end, number 44. Fake the give. They're going to roll out in the flat near side, and Illinois makes a stop. It'll be 4th and a yard. They did go to the tight end, and now Penn State's going to have to settle for a field goal. And then all Illinois is going to do is run the football, and if Penn State can stop them, okay, good. But if not, more power and more credit to Illinois for being able to run the football today. They're going to go for it on 4th and 1 in overtime. And then if you don't get it, all Illinois is going to need is a field goal. Maybe try to draw them off here, call your timeout. And they're going to run this damn Wildcat Lion formation. They're going to snap it, and Tyler Warren will get a Penn State first down. Okay, sigh of relief. I can breathe. Just wow. That takes balls, but you score, they're going to need a touchdown to tie it, win, or to tie it, to force double overtime. And then Penn State will play defense at the start of double overtime if we get that far. One thing at a time, though. They go for it, they get the first down, we move on. Dotson in motion. Clifford, roll out, faking the give. They're finally going to the tight ends in overtime. Pass complete to Bretton Strange. And it'll be second down. From Happy Valley to the Steel City, nice aerial shot of Pittsburgh as Pitt is hosting Clemson. Steelers are off this week with a bye week. They'll be at Cleveland next Sunday afternoon. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow for more live watch-along reactions in the NFL. Keep an eye out for professional wrestling videos to be published as well. 2nd and 5. So yeah, Clemson, Pitt about to kick off from Heinz Field in Pittsburgh. But right now, Penn State in overtime, tied at 10. A fade, back corner, far side. It's going to be incomplete. Intended for Jahan Dotson, incomplete. 3rd down and 5. We are in overtime with Illinois and Penn State. Right through his hands, and he dropped it, incomplete. 3rd down and 5. What do you do here? Trips top of your screen. Maybe go Keandre Lambert-Smith, Parker Washington. Kevon Lee injured. It's Noah Kane's show. Where's John Lovett at, though? Clifford looking to throw on 3rd and 5. Going to step up, tuck it and run. No. Avoids a sack and then goes down the sack. Back at the 14. Holds on the football as well. 4th down. Now they will have to settle for a field goal. You have to kick it here. You can't go for it on like 4th and 8 in overtime. You have to kick the field goal. But keep in mind, both kickers missed a kick already today. But even with those, the touchdowns that were taken off the board, Penn State not being able to capitalize, I feel, as mentioned, we'd still be tied here in overtime. This from 31 yards out for Jordan Stout on 4th and 9, and the kick is up and good. Penn State leads it in overtime, 13-10. Illinois, a touchdown will win it for them. Field goal to tie it at 13 will go to double overtime. Penn State's defense needs to make a stop, plain and simple, if they want to win this game. Roll lines, roll. We'll hit that line up the score, fight on to victory evermore.
They were jumping up and down, high-fiving each other. They don't have a chance to get out there at the 25-yard line.
All Illinois is going to do is run the football. All Illinois is going to do is run the football. And mark my words, too, if Penn State loses this, Franklin's going to get run out of town, especially with as hot of a name he is right now for USC and LSU. They run it 5 yards. Jair Brown on the stop. 2nd and 5. Haven't been able to stop the run all day. Now's when you need to. Need to stop this damn rushing attack. But then if you stop it, well, watch for them to open up a play action, maybe to the tight end in the end zone for a touchdown. Second and 4 from the 19. And a stop in the backfield by Ellis Brooks and Arnold Ebiketie. It'll be 3rd down at about 7. Keep in mind, a field goal for Illinois will tie it and will go to double overtime. And then Illinois will be on offense first, Penn State on defense, and we'll go from there. They'll switch end zones, go down the north end zone as well. 3rd and 6 officially. Come on, D. Come on, boys, let's go. End around. They're going to run a reverse wide receiver pass to the quarterback, and it's going to be picked off and dropped. Oh, my God. Incomplete, and Brisker dropped it. 4th down, Illinois on the field goal. That would have sealed it. Jesus Christ. 4th time's a charm. He had it, and he came down with it, and he dropped it. Incomplete. Okay, just like it was, October 2011 to tie it, to force overtime, in overtime to Gay, to force double overtime. Illinois with a field goal, and it's going to be good. Okay, 39-yard field goal is up and good. We're going to double overtime now, tied at 13. I'm going to say, Turner's 409th win against Illinois. Well, that was 10-7. Hell, it was 10-7 at halftime, 10-7 until they tied it at 10. 10-10 in overtime, now 13 going to double overtime. Field goal, though, this time is up and good. And now Illinois is going to be back out on offense. Penn State out on defense. And they'll switch end zones. And if you score in double overtime, you got to go for 2. And you have... Yeah, that's just it. Flip-flops back and forth. That's how it's always been. So don't act as if that's brand new. No. What's new is in double overtime, you got to go for 2 now rather than triple. And then triple overtime, you got to just run 2-point plays, and whoever scores wins. So they'll switch end zones, go down in the north. And now we're in double overtime on ABC with Illinois and Penn State. Penn State going to be on defense here first. Once again, needing to stop. That's why you play defense first in overtime. You know what you have to get. You force them to a field goal. Field goal, of course, will tie it. Touchdown wins it for you. You force them to hold them to nothing. Field goal, touchdown, regardless, wins it for you. And a Brown run for a yard. Be 2nd and 9. He's a little slow to get up. He's very slow to get up. And Iowa fans, that's why you don't boo an injury. Because you never know if it's for real or not, if it's serious. They just need to start bringing the card out every time somebody gets hurt to shut people the hell up. Okay, so with the injury, right now, also, of course, in overtime, double overtime with Illinois and Penn State, 13 apiece. Northern Illinois is going to beat Central Michigan by a point, 39-38. Virginia Tech just extended their lead, 36-27 over Syracuse now. No, but the game is currently right now, Illinois, Penn State, along with Wisconsin, Purdue, Clemson, Pitt, and now Oregon, UCLA underway. Those are the games I currently have on. But also Oklahoma State, Iowa State just kicked off. LSU, Ole Miss. Somebody else has won since a little bit ago. No, not really. Okay. We'll dive into everything else in a minute, so stay tuned. But 2nd and 9, and Illinois' 200-yard rusher and Chase Brown injured. Illinois with a 2nd and 9. Hopefully he's okay. As Penn State, Iowa fans, that's a round of applause. Sign of respect for somebody who's injured. You don't boo and act as if the player's faking an injury. Whereas P.J. Musford's done for the season. He was injured 2 weeks ago, and you booed him off the field. Sean Clifford was injured for 2 weeks. Penn State with a bye week, though. He's back healthy. Of course, had to sit out the rest of that game. And if he would have stayed in, regardless if Roberson came in or not, which he did, still feel Penn State should have won that game, but can't be able to run the football. And the turnovers absolutely killed the blue and white then. But now here today, Archikowski on a tight end screen. They're going to go back to that touchdown play they ran earlier, in which was called back, of course, because of a penalty. Yeah, third down, third and what is it? Third and short, 3rd and 3 officially for Illinois. And Penn State's going to get the ball next. You score, you got to go for 2 though. Sikowski under center, going to hand off, and McCray going to break a tackle, stiff arm inside the 10. And talk about a bell cow before Brisker and Brown make the stop. It'll be 1st and goal Illinois inside the 10. When he was stuffed, missed tackle by Castro Fields, and then finally brought down. From the 7, Sikowski under center here again. Handoff, and Ebiketie on the stop. Whether Brown went down or not, McCray has almost 200 yards rushing as well. Illinois with 2 200-yard rushers today, I wouldn't have guessed that. I don't think anybody would have. Maybe 1 100 or 2 100 like they had a little bit ago, with as much as they run the football. I knew they were going to run it coming in. I didn't think this much or for this many yards, but credit. Penn State can't stop them. Williams in motion, handoff, and McCray gonna be brought down at the 4, 3rd and goal. And really, what now? Well, what now? Get a stop. What defense bends but doesn't break? Third and goal, fake the give. They're going to roll out the tight end on a play action, and it's going to be a little high, incomplete. What did I say? Run the ball, they'd open up the play action, the tight end in the end zone. That's exactly what they just did. And it's incomplete, a little too high. 4th and goal, and Illinois is now going to have to kick a field goal. Yep. What did I just say? Sort of caught him bugged. 22-yard kick is up and good. Illinois now with a 16-13 lead in double overtime. Penn State's going to need a field goal to tie to force triple overtime. But a touchdown will win it for the Nittany Lions. Just don't do anything stupid. Do not turn the ball over. Don't try to hit the home run in the first play. But maybe they do. You kick a field goal, go triple overtime, it's 2-point attempts. And I don't think any college football game yet this season has gone longer than double overtime. So I feel this would be the first ever college football game in triple overtime that the teams would have to attempt 2-point attempts to win. I'd be mistaken. I know there's been a few overtime games this year in college. There's been at least one each week in the NFL. But now 1st and 10, pass complete to Dotson on the screen. He's going to get about a yard or so, 2nd and 9. Penn State's going to need a field goal to tie it. Touchdown wins it. We'll see if the Nittany Lions can do one or the other. I'm either here in a few minutes going to be extremely happy, or I'm going to be very pissed off. From the 24, 2nd and 9. Clifford going to hand off. Noah Kane for 7. It'll be 3rd and 2. 3rd down and 2. Noah Kane now 9 for 36. Kevon Lee 7 of 24, but he hasn't been seen since early 3rd quarter. John Lovett 5 of 21. 3rd and 2 out of the I for Penn State. Well, they are wearing their Generations of Greatness uniforms. What is this, 1982? And handoff. And Kane's not going to get anywhere. So they're going to have to kick a field goal to tie it. You kick the field goal. You do not go for it. You kick the field goal to tie to go to triple overtime. And then, yeah, we might get into the 2-point attempt for the win. And keep in mind, both these kickers have missed one field goal piece this afternoon. Here comes Jordan Stout on 4th down and 3 to tie it to force triple overtime. This is going to be officially from 35 yards out, and Brett Bielema is going to call his timeout. So he's going to ice him. Got a little bit of a smirk. Of course, he's going to get booed, but hey, you have it. Why wouldn't you call it? You don't get to take it with you. Penn State, Jordan Stout from 35 yards out for the tie to force triple overtime. What soul does Penn State have left as this game old school as old school can get in 2021? $16 to 13. 35-yard field goal to tie it to force triple overtime. That's a false start by Stout. Kicks up and good. They get a false start on the kicker. You have to be kidding me. They tried to use a hard count to draw him offside. And now you'll have a 40-yard field goal. He made that one. He's got to kick it, though, again. Jesus Christ. That's a good call. That's a false start, no doubt about it. And then now this is going to be from 40 yards out.
And Penn State jumps themselves. Really good job.
This from 40 for the tie to force triple overtime again. If he misses, Illinois wins. Kick going to be up. And the kick's going to be good. And we're going to triple overtime with Illinois and Penn State tied at 16. And now we have to attempt 2-point conversions. They'll take a timeout. I don't think anybody, other than man up above, had this game going to triple overtime today. But Penn State's had their opportunities. Regardless, win or lose in overtime here, 3 turnovers they couldn't capitalize on. Can't run the fucking football. Defense can't do it all for you, you know. Credit to Illinois, though. Like I said, able to run the football extremely well as a team. Almost 400 yards rushing. I mean, of course, taking them a few extra periods to do so with overtime here. But we're about to go to triple overtime with Penn State's kick up and good. It's now 16 to 16. And, man, what a game. What a game. We'll update final stats and scores from Illinois Penn State, along with taking a look around the rest of college football momentarily as well. Once this game, whenever it goes final, we'll get to it then. Maybe even lay into another topic we've been holding off on, depending on the outcome of this game. And then, we'll go from there. So this is going to be new for myself. I've never, in the third overtime, because in third overtime, that's when you'd normally have to go for 2. But they changed the overtime rule this year. You got to go for 2 now. This is a 2-point attempt for Penn State from the 3-yard line. And it's a trick play. It's a tight end pass, and it's dropped by Clifford. You got to be kidding me. He was wide open in the end zone. You got to catch that, dude. And now Illinois with a 2-point attempt, and a 2-point attempt for them will win it. Come on. Jesus Christ. You can't even run a 2-point play? And now a 2-point attempt for Illinois. Yeah, Penn State on the trick play. Illinois is just going to run it. They're just going to push the pile. That's all they're going to do. How many times have they gone on a quarterback sneak on 2nd and 2, 3rd and 2, and got a first down because the pile was pushed? From the 2 on a 2-point attempt for the win now for Illinois. 16 apiece. Under center. Williams in motion, fake the give, roll out near side, and it's going to be dropped incomplete in the end zone, and we're going to continue on. We'll go to the 4th overtime now, correct? Yes, 4th overtime, and we'll continue the 2-point attempts. So both teams drop a wide open pass in the end zone that would have won it. And Illinois will go for 2 first then, right? They'll switch back to how it was. We're in the 4th overtime with Illinois and Penn State. You gotta be fucking kidding me. 2-point attempt again here. They switch end zones as well, go to the north? Yeah, they'll switch ends just like they normally do. This is crazy. This game, I mean, man, what the hell? This is a weird way to end a football game. I don't know who changed the overtime rule this year, but, I mean, I'll let you know how I feel about it depending on the outcome of this game. Because anymore, I mean, you go to overtime, it's just you play defense, you score, okay. That's why you play defense first, because you know what you have to get. You hold, etc., and you just keep playing until somebody wins. Penn State at home, another 4 overtime thriller against a Big Ten opponent. But they had their opportunities to win this in regulation. They didn't. Illinois now with another 2-point attempt. But Penn State will have a chance to tie, and then we might go to 5 overtimes. But if they miss, watch for the receiver in the flat near side. No, Sikowski going to tuck it and run, and then throw it. It's going to be dropped. Incomplete. He short off that. That is incomplete. Okay, good. Now, if Penn State converts on a 2-point, they'll win it in the 4th overtime. Yeah, he short hopped that. And Sikowski injured now. He looks like he just broke his left arm. Or broke his wrist. He's done. He is done. If we go to 5 overtimes, they'll run the football, run Wildcat. And, shit. He just broke his hand. His left hand. That had to hurt. Flying and landing on his hand like that. Just his left hand on the ground. Yeah, he short hopped that. That's incomplete. So Penn State can win it right here with a 2-point attempt. Penn State can win it right now, the 2-point attempt, 18-16. Well, his left hand landed awkwardly on like his palm hit first and then it snapped. Exactly what happened. He's going to have a broken hand. He's going to be done for the year. He's not going to be able to hold a football and play quarterback with a club. He's not, a defensive lineman. We are Penn State champs. We are Penn State. That is for damn sure. Can the Nittany Lions find a way to win it in the 4th overtime? That's the big question. Got a 2-point attempt. Breathe. 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 What a game. This has to be the craziest game thus far this season in college football, I'd say. And I watch a lot of college football, so believe me. When I say I feel like this is arguably one of the craziest games, if not the craziest game of the season so far in college football, believe me, it is.
And Penn State, again, it's alternating two-point conversions now that we have gotten past the second overtime. And all three two-point conversions that have failed have all had chances.
Yes, just been drops. Been incomplete passes, incomplete.
Right now, because you've gone through so many plays, specifically down the red zone. There's only so much you can do from the 3-yard line. And so you've got to figure out, okay, what's the shift that our guys know that we feel like they can execute that gives us the best chance. And again, you can't just turn the ball or turn around and hand the ball off likely. So in these situations, when
So Brandon Peters, they put him in an arm cast and cover up his left hand. Yeah, he's got a broken hand.
this is where you think your player.
And Brandon Peters now starting to warm up on the Illinois sideline. It's Penn State football, though. And this two-point attempt will win it for the blue and white on homecoming weekend. Let's send everybody home happy with a Penn State win. Parker Washington in motion, a two-point attempt from the 3 in the 4th overtime. Trips in a bunch, top of your screen. Into the north end zone they go. Clifford looking to throw. Don't take a sack, jackass. Oh, it's incomplete again. And intended for Bretton Strange, and then Keandre Lambert-Smith was wide open behind him, incomplete. And now we're going to the 5th overtime. And Penn State will be on offense first now, attempting another two-point attempt. And then it'll be Illinois. And we'll keep going back and forth until we have a winner. What a game. Penn State's going to go back down the south end zone while these teams don't elect. That's just how the roll is. You flip-flop back and forth. Okay? The only thing they changed in overtime, and Keandre Lambert-Smith was wide open in the back of the corner end zone, no. The only thing they changed was beginning of the 3rd overtime, you got to go for 2. And that's where we're at. And it's 16-16 in the 5th overtime now. Something's got to give. What does? We'll see. Man, just shit. Wow. Penn State in the 5th overtime going to go for 2 again, and a handoff to Noah Kane. What the hell are you doing? And he's going nowhere, stuffed. And now Illinois is going to have a chance to win it. Jesus Christ, but Illinois with a backup quarterback. I get running the football, but why do you run that on a 2-point attempt? It's not 1st and goal. You're not going to have a couple more shots. You don't punch it in, you give it back. This arguably has to be the longest Penn State game in history now. Breaking the 4-overtime Michigan thriller in 2013, now 5 overtimes. Hell, this is going to be the longest Big Ten game in history as well, because that was history-making then. In the 5th overtime, Illinois for the win on a 2-point attempt, tied at 16. Brandon Peters in a quarterback pass, dropped, incomplete. Nice coverage by Penn State. And now we're going to go to the 6th overtime. What is this, Arkansas Ole Miss from 20 years ago? Holy shit. End of the 5th overtime. 16-16. They'll switch ends again. Back to the north end zone we go. Good coverage by Ellis Brooks. Batting it down, incomplete. So Illinois going to be back out on offense first. Penn State on defense in the 6th overtime for anybody tuning in. subscribe if you haven't done so already. And then Penn State will have a chance to win it. And we'll recap this whole game from start to finish when we go final, so stay tuned. But 16-16 in the 6th overtime. I know 666. Yeah, no, you don't want that on your side by any means, but maybe today it'll be good luck for one of these two teams, and bad luck, of course, as it should be for the opponent. The start of the 6th overtime. 16-16. Illinois going to go for 2 again from the 3. Empty set, 5 wide, running back motions back into the backfield, and we got a timeout. Illinois called their one and only timeout in the 6th overtime. So you get 1 overtime timeout per period. I want to make sure he had everything set, I guess. What a game. Hell, we're almost at halftime with Wisconsin and Purdue that kicked off about an hour or so ago now. Clemson and Pitt, Oregon, UCLA at the end of the first. And we're in the 6th overtime right here in Happy Valley with Illinois and Penn State. Come on, boys, let's make a stand. Come on, D. They're going to spot to the 3 on the right hash. And same formation trips near side, though. Running back in a motion in the backfield to the left of Brandon Peters. Art Sikowski out with a broken hand. And Peters overthrows his intended target back of the end zone, incomplete. And Penn State now will once again have another chance to win it in the 6th overtime. Not 1, not 2, not 3, hell, not even 4 or 5. We're in the 6th overtime. And no, I never played for the Miami Heat and said I was going to win all those championships and then never did. But we're in the 6th overtime here in this Big Ten battle, this college football Saturday with the Illinois Fighting Illini and the Penn State Nittany Lions. 16-16 in the 6th overtime. Penn State can win it right now on a 2-point attempt again. In Illinois, they call their timeout. They can't stop it. Penn State wins it right here with a 2-point attempt. We'll see if it's successful. A rollout by Clifford. They shuffle past to Bretton Strange, and no! Oh my God! He's going to be tackled at the 1, and now we're going to go to the 7th overtime. Oh my God! And now Penn State going to be back out on offense. How many 2-point plays, does everybody have? Not a whole lot to begin with. But then you run your short goal line plays that you would run, goal to go inside the 10-yard line for a 2-point attempt. Jesus Christ. If he would have had another blocker, he might have got in. But he gets tackled at the 1, and they'll switch end zones again, back and forth. Here we go. And 7th overtime for Illinois and Penn State. They give us an update of Oregon, UCLA, as the Bruins lead the Ducks by 14. We are currently watching that game along with Wisconsin, Purdue, and Clemson and Pitt. But this is the 6th game to reach the 7th overtime in college football history. None ever have gone to 8 overtimes. So we could have history being made if we go to 8 overtimes, being the first ever game to do so ever in the 152-year history of college football. But this is the 6th all-time ever game to reach the 7th overtime, and we're in the 7th overtime with Illinois and Penn State. Penn State with a 2-point attempt right now. But Illinois is going to get another chance. And they're going to run it again up the gut, and Noah Kane, that's it. He's in. Touchdown. 2-point attempt. He reaches across the goal line, so to speak. He's in. No, they're going to roll down the half-yard line. You got to look at that. You got to review that. They say no, he didn't get in. And now Illinois can win it on a 2-point attempt. If not, we go to the first ever 8th overtime college football game in history. You got to review that. I think he was in. Whether his knee was down or not, the ball looked to be in the end zone, which that's a successful attempt. No, he never got in. No, he never got in. He was down at the half-yard line. That's a good call. That's a good call. Illinois can win it here on another 2-point attempt in the 7th overtime. Out of the pistol. Motion man's Williams. And they're going to hand off to McCray. That's a hold, and Penn State's going to hold. Derek Tangelo on the stop. And for the first time ever in college football history, we are going to the 8th overtime with Illinois and Penn State. 16-16. History being made in Happy Valley. A 4-hour-plus game. We're going to go back down to the north end zone. And Illinois will have the ball first to go for another 2-point attempt. Penn State, though, have a chance to extend it if they convert or win it if they don't. Eight overtimes. 16-16. Illinois with another 2-point attempt here from the 3. Peters in the gun, 3 wide, motion man again. That's a false start on the running back. That's a false start. And he walks in. They say good. Illinois 18-16. Where's the penalty flag? You can't jump early and get a false start and then convert. Watch the replay. There's a little bit of a false start by number 23. And that's a successful conversion. And now Penn State's going to have to tie it to force the 9th overtime, or else Illinois is going to win. What defense bends but doesn't break? Well, Penn State just broke right there again. On offense, see what they call up. They have to convert here to keep it going. They're going to run it again. And Noah Kane, he's in. 18-18, we're going to the 9th overtime. It took 8 overtimes to score a total of 4 points. And now we're going to go to the 9th overtime. Penn State going to be out there first. And then they'll, of course, as we've done, switch end zones. He's in. That's a successful conversion. Ball across the goal line, so to speak, in the end zone. That's good. Yep. So you didn't even review the other one. You didn't review the last one. Now you want to review this one maybe? No. We're going to switch back down the south end zone and start the 9th overtime. 18-18. Why not? Let's continue to play. Penn State's going to be on offense here to begin the 9th overtime. It's first ever 8 overtime, first ever 9 overtime game in college football history. This is the longest game in FBS history. 9th overtime. Trips in a bunch out of the gun from the 3 for another 2-point attempt to make it 20-18. Parker Washington in motion. Clifford looking to throw. And the slant, it's going to be batted down, incomplete. And now Illinois is going to have another chance to win it. 20-18. Come on, D. Let's get a stop. Good defense by Illinois on that play. Come on, D. Let's get a stop. Defense bends, doesn't break. You broke it last time. Offense scored, though. Let's force the 10th overtime. Because if you give up a 2-point attempt here, you're going to lose. Watch near side on a bubble screen, maybe. Penn State going to call a timeout. Smart, but Jesus Christ. This game will end, hopefully, when Penn State wins it. Just, what are we witnessing right now, other than history? In the 9th overtime for the win for Illinois on a 2-point attempt. 18-18. Same formation. Motion man. Fake the give. Peters rolling out. In the end zone, and it's going to be caught. Illinois wins it 20-18 in the 9th overtime at Penn State on homecoming weekend. And the Nittany Lions have now lost 2 in a row. 9 overtimes. And it is confirmed. It's good. James Franklin, Brett Bielema, post-game handshake. Illinois with a huge win. Very heartbreaking for Penn State. It is. You do, because the way they were able to run the football in Penn State wasn't able to. Here we go again with the Franklin rumors for him to leave, no doubt about it. And then they got to go to Ohio State next week. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. You start 5-0, and probably by the end of October, you're going to lose 3 straight with a bye week in between. And then the schedule's not going to get any easier into November. USC and LSU are open. I've said it all afternoon. We'll get to it here if we get to it, and I think we will now. What a game. What a game. 9 overtimes. This might be what Illinois needs as a spark to move ahead. They started out with a win. 2-5 coming into today. They win at Penn State in 9 overtimes. And arguably the craziest game I've ever seen in person. Of course, Penn State on the losing end of it. 20-18, your final score. As Penn State win or lose, sings the alma mater. They'll take us on ABC to Oregon and UCLA, which I am currently already watching on one of these other TVs. We'll switch over. So we have Wisconsin, Purdue, Boilermakers up 3, 13-10 as they near halftime. Clemson and Pitt. In a close one as well, 7-0 Tigers at the end of 1. Just as the LSU Tigers lead Ole Miss at the end of 1 as well, 7-0. Oklahoma State, 7-0 at Iowa State. I guess we could turn on one of those 2 games. Oklahoma State, Iowa State, or LSU, Ole Miss. Let's turn on the Ed Orgeron Bowl on CBS. LSU and Ole Miss with, of course, USC and now LSU Open. Ed Orgeron, former coach at Ole Miss, is fired. He's going to be relieved of his duties at LSU as well after winning a national championship 2 years ago. So now, following Penn State's loss at home in 9 overtimes. 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. 9 overtimes. Illinois wins it 20-18 at Penn State. We got Oregon, UCLA, along with Wisconsin, Purdue, Clemson, Pitt, and now LSU Ole Miss on. Tough loss, very heartbreaking for Penn State. This game, honestly, though, should have never went to overtime. It shouldn't have went to overtime. Some other scores there right now: 3-3 Maryland and Minnesota. BYU, Washington State tied at 7. UCLA leads 14-0 over Oregon. Clemson 7-0 over Pitt. LSU 7-0 over Ole Miss, and Purdue 13-10 at home over Wisconsin. The first ever 8+ overtime college football game in history. In 9 overtimes, Illinois upsets number 7 Penn State 20-18. I mean, you would think, looking back at that, if you don't know the new overtime rule, how the hell did this game get to 9 overtimes and finish 20-18? Was it scoreless 0-0 at the end of regulation? No, it was 10-10 at the end of regulation. 13-13 there in the second overtime. And then beginning of the third overtime now in college football, you have to go for 2. And until the 8th overtime, nobody scored. And then back-to-back, they get it to 9 overtimes. Penn State doesn't convert on the 9th overtime. Illinois does, and the Fighting Illini defeat the Nittany Lions 20-18 in 9 overtimes. No, but yeah, Franklin's name's definitely now going to come up for USC and LSU, among a few others. And as long as I've been on today, and as tough as a loss as this is, really don't want to dive into that now. I mean, I will, but I really don't want to, because there's a whole slew of candidates for both jobs. And then it's always a domino effect with whatever else opens up, with coaches leaving from one school to another and so on and so forth, as it always is in the coaching carousel. No, but Franklin won at Vanderbilt, and he's won at Penn State, but now he's lost 10 games when Penn State's been ranked in the top 10 to unranked opponents. Or to ranked opponents as well. Whether that's to an unranked team or a ranked team in the top 25. Franklin, in his 8 years at Penn State, he's now lost 10 games ranked in the top 10 as the Penn State head coach. He's 20-10 overall. So, a third of those 30 games are losses. But he's won at Vandy. He's won at Penn State. For me, if I'm James Franklin, if I'm not staying at Penn State, between USC and LSU, I'm going to Southern California. I'm going to SC. Because I'm going to have a better chance to win in the Pac-12 South than the SEC West. You already play in the Big Ten East. The Big Ten East and the SEC West are the 2 best divisions and the 2 best conferences in all of college football. You go to the SEC West, you're dealing with Alabama, Texas A&M, Auburn, Arkansas, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, along with Georgia and Florida in the East, among a few other schools as well. Don't let anybody out. But Pac-12 South, you're at USC. Okay, UCLA, battle for LA. Arizona State. You got Utah and Colorado, along with everybody else in the conference as a whole. He's already turned down USC once. He's already turned down Texas A&M once, along with Miami, Tennessee, a few other gigs, both college and NFL level. He's, stayed put, signed extensions at his home state dream job school, filling 107,000 plus into Beaver Stadium game after game. But back in 2018, I remember in October, late September, early October, with a bye week in between, Penn State, they lost at home to Ohio State and lost at home to Michigan State. This year in 2021, 3 years later, they lose at Iowa and lose at Illinois. Lose at home to Illinois, I should say. But both losses are by a combined total of 5 points and are by a margin less than 3 points. They lost by 3 at Iowa and lost by 2 at home today against Illinois. So they both could have won, of course, either way. Both could be wins. One could be a win, one could be a loss. Or both could be losses, just as they are, and they're both losses now. Penn State sits at 5-2. And from the 7th ranked position they're in now, they'll fall. I don't know if they fall out of the top 25. They might. If not, they'll be ranked anywhere from 18 to 25. But then, like I said, schedule ain't going to be getting any easier. They got to go to Columbus next week, at Ohio State. Go to Maryland, get Michigan and Rutgers here at home, and then at Michigan State. So it's still going to be a tough stretch down the line. Still one game at a time, though. But overall, it starts at the top. Starts with the coaches. Starts then as it trickles its way down with the players. Everybody's got to coach better. Everybody's got to play better. They have to find a running game. The defense can't play as good as they've played all season long. And then you can't do anything on offense and expect to win. Now, you didn't turn the ball over today, but you did get 3 turnovers on defense, but you couldn't capitalize on any of them. Okay? You capitalize on one of those, you make your field goal from earlier. Like I said, Penn State, they had numerous chances to win this game in regulation. Not one or the 9 overtimes that we went to. Numerous. They had more than 10 chances to win this game. And they blew it. It's 10-7 at halftime, 10-10 at the end of regulation. So they didn't do jack shit in the second half. Penn State didn't do jack shit since the first quarter. It was a Sean Clifford passing touchdown to Keandre Lambert-Smith from 42 yards out. As Lambert-Smith finished 3 catches for 49 yards. Clifford finished 19-34, $165 in the touchdown. That touchdown. Then they add the field goal. But then they don't do anything until they score the 2 points in the 8th overtime. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Take a look at the stats here. Hopefully Art Sikowski's all right. In the nation, not like Iowa fans, no. We don't boo injuries whether they're real or fake. He broke his left hand, from what I could see. They put him in an air cast and took him in the locker room. Neither team could really pass. Penn State led, though, between the two. But Illinois, man, could they run the football. Just imagine Penn State was able to run the football like Illinois today. How much damage they'd be doing to everybody they played this season. They wouldn't be 5-2, I can guarantee you that. But hell, maybe they would be. I don't know. Maybe they'd be 6-1, 7-0. Who the hell knows? The game's played out, of course, the way they played out. You win some, you lose some. Penn State lost again. Sikowski was 8-19 for 38 yards passing and interception. Illinois had 2 fumbles. 3 turnovers on the road in the Big Ten. In a hostile environment with weather conditions not that good. Rain let up there around halftime, but Penn State couldn't capitalize. Capitalization, finishing, balance, consistency, execution. Come on, man. Clifford was 19 34 for 165 yards passing and a touchdown. Now, this is where Illinois won the game. Even with turning it over, and, we went to overtime. And then neither team could do anything in overtime until the 8th overtime, and then the game finishes in the 9th. So, basically, we played, 2 full games in a quarter, but the overtimes from the 3rd to the 9th were just 2-point attempts because of the new overtime rule. That's what with an overtime. You win the coin toss, you play defense because you know what you have to get to win. Illinois won the toss, played defense, back and forth. Neither team did anything. Well, there were field goals, might add. And then, the 4 points and then the 6 points for Illinois to win it late then. But, or the total 4 points, and the total 4 points for Illinois to win it. Penn State with the 2. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. It was 10-10 at the end of regulation. 13-13. But the new overtime rule, because normally it's at the start of the 3rd overtime you got to go for 2. Now it's at the start of the 2nd overtime you got to go for 2. And then at the beginning of the 3rd overtime now you have to go for a 2-point attempt. Well, neither team did just that until the 8th overtime, and your final score 20-18. Illinois wins it at Penn State, a place they've won before. It's not like they've never won here before. It's been a while. It's been a good 11 years from what I can recall. 2010, I know the last time they won here for sure. Because 2011, 2013, Penn State won both games here at home. Penn State's went to Illinois a few times as well and picked up wins. And then Penn State defeated Illinois right before Christmas last year as well during Big Ten Champions Week. And from what I can recall, they put up a good 45 plus, maybe 50 if I'm not mistaken. As that game did turn into a shootout there late. But then, now today, as Oregon, UCLA tied at 14 here, halftime just hit with Wisconsin, Purdue, Clemson, Pitt, LSU, Ole Miss still on as well, among a few other games. We'll still preview what's to come here in college football momentarily, so stay tuned. But just a big win, a very big win for Illinois. Of course, hearing noise in the background, just some dogs barking, so don't get worried. Also, of course, audio noise from the background from these college football games this afternoon. But like I said, this game for Illinois was one out front in the trenches, able to run the football. Time of possession as well. They led in that category by a bunch. You got to give credit where credit's due. You have to, especially in a game like this. And I've said, Brett Bielema was, when he got hired, the day of the last time Penn State and Illinois played, 6 days before Christmas, in 2 feet of snow, last year's whiteout on December the 19th, that he's the right man for the job. And he's going to turn this program around. Just give him time. They beat Nebraska at home week 0, actually, before everybody else played. And then after that, sort of downhill, but now, past few weeks, a few wins and getting back on track. Like I said, maybe this is the win that they need to set the course moving forward. You got to give credit where credit's due. Congratulations to Illinois for picking up a 9-overtime thriller at Penn State, once again by a final score of 20-18. But Illinois rushing, as Chase Brown also went down with an injury here late. Can't recall believe it was in one of the overtimes. Yeah, because he played in the first and second. I think he went down right before Art Sikowski. A lot happened there late. A lot to comprehend, no doubt about it. But no, he finished with 33 carries for 223 yards rushing and a touchdown. And Josh McCray finished 24 carries for 142 yards rushing. So as a team, Illinois 67 carries, 357 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Whereas Penn State had about 300 yards less as a team. Less, not more, less, with a capital L-E-S-S. Noah Kane, 11 carries, 43 yards on the ground. Kevon Lee, 7 of 24. John Lovett, 5 of 21. Tyler Warren, that carry on the Wildcat line formation that they went for it on fourth down there, rather than kicking the one field goal in overtime, converted, so carry for 2 yards for him. But no, Penn State as a team, whereas Illinois is a team. And as they had a 200-yard rusher and a 100-yard rusher. More of a 150-yard rusher. 67 carries, 357 and a score. Penn State as a team, 29 carries, 62 rushing yards, and no touchdowns. And this is still in the same game in 9 overtimes. Okay? And Illinois wins by 2, 2018. So both losses by, less than 5 points. Total of 5 points, less than 3, actually. 23-20 and 20-18. They got to do more, though, on offense. They have to. And Clifford, he'll be all right. He didn't play good today, of course, in his return from injury by any means, but he gave him the best chance to win. Plain and simple. They have to find a running game. And I've said it. If they find a running game, it'll open up the rest of the offense, and they'll be fine. He just has to do everything by himself because they cannot run the football. They don't go to the tight ends enough. Here, Penn State receiving. Jahan Dotson, 6 for 69. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 3 for 49. And Parker Washington, 4 for 17 on the afternoon. Lambert-Smith also had a touchdown. So, really, it was a one-touchdown game apiece. We had a missed field goal apiece by both kickers. A couple made field goals by both kickers. And then some 2-point attempts in overtime, and you add that all up, and then you get your final score. Man, what a game. What a game. Once again, credit to Illinois. Just, I don't know how Penn State can't run the football. It's just mind-boggling. It is. It all starts up front, though. Get a bit off the run, blocked out with the pass. Balance, consistency, you run the ball. The rest of the playbook will open itself up, and then the defense won't have to do everything by themselves either. They got 3 turnovers, and then on offense, you can't capitalize on any of them. You got a problem. A serious problem. Especially with still not being able to run the football, and it's almost November. Give me a break. Give me a break. Defense, once again, played their hearts out. Well, defense bends but doesn't break, though. Well, they gave up, just as he did against Iowa, a late touchdown. They gave up the 2-point attempt for the win today for Illinois. And the Fighting Illini win at 20-18 at Penn State. I don't really think there's much else to be said right now. Other than, we can take a look around the rest of college football and see what's cooking. Of course, Franklin's seat, I feel, just got turned up a notch, getting a little hotter. Not necessarily that they'll fire him. It's just that he'll leave on his own. And whether he goes to USC, whether he goes to LSU, whether he goes elsewhere, the NFL, excuse me, that Penn State, in my eyes at least, of course, he'll get bought out. They should use that buyout money to go out and, of course, get whoever they feel is the right man for the job. I feel as if it's former Penn State linebacker, former Temple and Baylor head coach. If Matt Roll can win at Temple and Baylor, he can win at Penn State. Sort of another rocky start with the Panthers this year. They finished, I believe, 4-12 last year, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 5-11. Started 3-0 this year. They've lost 3 in a row now. They're 3-3 in the NFC South with Brady and the Bucks. Saints are looking all right with Jameis. And then the Falcons are the Falcons, blowing leads just like everybody else that always blows leads too. But and you can fill in the blank there. No, but I feel like Matt Roll, if Franklin would leave, Matt Roll, there's only one rule. It's we are Penn State. You go back to the basics. You go back to know what works. I feel, not you, but I know, just as, say, Pat Fitzgerald, Kirk Ferentz, Luke Fickell, along with Matt Campbell, would have chances to win at Penn State as well. Maybe a reunion for Bill O'Brien or Joe Moorhead. Those are your candidates for Penn State, if Franklin would leave, in my opinion. But I feel you go back to the blue blood Penn State is, and you bring back the prodigal son in Matt Roll. If Franklin leaves, he stays. Okay, so be it, we move on. I feel for Franklin, turn down USC again, that's going to be a little tough. Turn down LSU now as well, go back to the SEC. Going to be a little tough, especially when he won at Vanderbilt, for God's sakes. If he can win at Vanderbilt, for the most part, he can win anywhere. Like Matt Roll winning at Temple, winning at Baylor, now in the NFL. Sort of a close comparison to what Nick Saban did from, of course, Michigan State to LSU and then the Miami Dolphins. And now he's back building a dynasty at Alabama, winning as many national championships as he won since 2007, really since 2009. And winning a few in a row, a few in so many years. Saban now with 7 national championships in less than 15 years. That has to speak for something, They show some highlights on the Big Ten Network during halftime of Wisconsin-Purdue as they are all tied at 13. Of Illinois-Penn State, of course. No, but I feel Matt Roll would be the perfect candidate for Penn State football if James Franklin were to leave. I've said this numerous times in the past. I'm not saying it now just to say it. You go watch my previous videos right here on the channel. You'll have to do some digging, no doubt about it, but you'll find that I had said last year, hell, even the year before that, and probably even the year before that. That might be pushing a little bit, but know that Matt Roll, if Franklin were to leave, because he's turned down USC once. Like I said, it's going to be a little tough for him, I think, to turn him down again. Especially when I feel like he knows he can win the Pac-12 South compared to the SEC West with USC and LSU open. But what else is going to open up? That's the big question. This coaching carousel might be one of the craziest we've seen in years. It's always a domino effect. So maybe he goes elsewhere. Who knows? But he's turned down USC in the past. He's turned down Texas A&M. Turned down Texas, along with Tennessee, Miami. So he signed extensions. He's still here at Penn State. Of course, Sandy Barber, the AD, her deal is going to be coming up. So who knows, of course, in the higher up ranks right here in Happy Valley at Penn State, how everything will shake out. No, but if I'm Franklin, he's going to get shit on for, once again, saying, as I said earlier, well, yeah, it starts with me. Yeah, no shit, because you're the head fucking coach. That he's got to do a better job, it goes from there and so on and so forth. Well, yeah, no shit. Once again, no shit. You don't say, Sherlock. That he's going to feel a lot of pressure if, he stays, okay, continue to build whatever that he's saying he's building. Well, okay. Penn State since 2014. Penn State my whole entire life, other than 2003 and 2004, they've had a winning season. Okay, I don't count last year because of COVID. They started 0-5, worst start in program history, of course, 4 in a row. To cap off 2020 with a win over Illinois, and then later that night they decided to decline a bowl bid. We'll see if something happens later on tonight with Penn State football by any means in the news, but, other than, James Franklin saying he's resigning or they fire his ass or, he's saying he's going to leave, like he's going to take one of these 2 jobs right now in the middle of the season and leave. No, I don't see that happening. But not right now, at least. Not right now. Maybe. But, hell, we saw crazier shit happen last week. LSU, with that Orgeron, beat Florida at home, and then the next day, they reach a buyout, and he's going to be done at the end of the season. He's still coaching. Of course, right now, Oregon, UCLA, Wisconsin, Purdue, along with Clemson, Pitt, and LSU, Ole Miss right now on my couple TVs I have. But, no, they declined the bowl bid last year. 4-5, closes the season off. 5-game winning streak, start 2021. Lost 2 in a row now to Iowa and Illinois. So they go 1-2 against the Big Ten West this year in crossover play. Because they'll still have everybody else in the East to play who they haven't played yet this year, minus Indiana, because they shut them out a couple weeks ago. Got to go to Ohio State, Maryland, get Michigan, Rutgers here, and then go to Michigan State as well. But I feel like if they would have went to a bowl game, they would have won that. So what I'm getting at is, as long as I've been alive, Penn State football, along with Pittsburgh Steelers, my 2 favorite college football and NFL teams, have never really had a losing season, other than maybe a couple years out of the bunch. Penn State hasn't had one since 2004. The Steelers haven't had a losing season since 2003. It's almost 20 years. It's a lot of football games. No, but in 2011, of course, 10 years ago, and Joe Paterno's final game, his win over Illinois for 409, 10-7, as that was the same score at halftime here. Referenced it a few times. I'll shut up about it now. But, of course, O'Brien comes in 12-13. They go 8-4 and 7-5. A couple more 7-5 seasons in Franklin's first couple years. And then in 16, they lose at Pitt and lose at Michigan, or 2-2 at the end of September. Defeat Minnesota in overtime at home. And then a few weeks later, 5 years to the day yesterday, defeat Ohio State. That was actually earlier the Affleck trivia question. Defeat Ohio State on a blocked field goal, return for a touchdown and win it 24-21. Of course, a Rose Bowl appearance with a Big Ten championship win. I've also gone to the Fiesta Bowl and Cotton Bowl. Really for myself, because back in 05, Penn State went to the Orange Bowl. 08, went to the Rose Bowl. Just need to see Penn State play in the Sugar Bowl and Peach Bowl, along with Penn State, of course, to continue to go to bowl games year after year after year. You get the 6 wins. For some schools, that's anymore. I mean, it's college football player for bust, but because I'm old school. I mean, 6 wins, that's a good year. You're going bowling. You're going to a bowl game. Like, that's a good season. I don't care who you are. More so if you're a lower struggling school, though, if you're not used to winning like some teams are. But no, really, it would just be for them to go to the Sugar and Peach Bowl, which those are still on the table for this year, maybe. We'll see how far they fall in the playoff rankings along the AP tomorrow, but then the playoff rankings released in the next few weeks. But then for Penn State, for me to die happy at some point in time in my lifetime, I would just need, because I've seen the Steelers win 2 Super Bowls. I would need Penn State, of course, to win a national championship in football. Hell, I've seen them win national championships in other sports, but not football. And as much as and I don't want to turn this into a sob story by any means, but as much as I bleed blue and white, being a diehard Penn State football fan, this loss today at home in 9 overtimes against Illinois, very, very tough. We'll see what the future holds, of course. But like I said, with James Franklin, maybe just as, like I said, for Illinois, this gets their program on track the way he wants it. As much as he shit on his team earlier this week, like I said earlier, maybe this is what Penn State needs to, take a good hard look in the mirror, refresh, and hell, who knows? Maybe they go to Ohio State next week and upset the Buckeyes. I'm not saying they will, but maybe that's why they play the games, not side on paper, side on the field. Only time's going to tell. One game at a time. That's who they have next on the schedule. Halloween weekend next weekend at Ohio State. But until then, today, Penn State at home loses in 9 overtimes, 20-18 against the Illinois Fighting Illini during homecoming weekend. And they lose once again wearing their Generation's Greatness unis as well, throwing it back throughout the years. So maybe I want to digress on wearing those once a year. I don't know. Like I said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And there's always been a 2-game losing streak or a 2 out of 3 game losing streak with James Franklin as a head coach, if not more than that. It's like, Penn State can start off hot, everybody's talking about him, but then it's for the most part always in November, not October, but now here we are in October again. They just completely forget how to play football, or just in the end end up losing because they didn't play good enough and, shit the bed, so to speak, and then they still go to a good bowl game, but then it's like, well, you go back to those games and it's like, well, what could they have done better to win, and so on and so forth, Fix the running game for one. They didn't turn it over, but they couldn't capitalize off turnovers they got on defense today. They were better in the clock management than they were 2 weeks ago, but not by much. But they still got to find a damn running game, plain and simple. Start there. Start front, run the football. Look at Illinois. Almost 400 total rushing yards today on the road. And then they barely won because we went to overtime, and 9 overtimes for that matter. Okay? 9 overtimes. 9 overtimes. As Illinois wins it 20-18. What a game. What a game. Illinois with a 20-18 9 overtime win at Penn State here today. Update with some scores ongoing. Or actually, let's from final earlier see some final scores first, and then we'll update with current scores as we're underway now in the second half with Wisconsin and Purdue. Pitt just tied it up 7. Oregon just tied it up at 14. So these 3:30 kicks now. Ole Miss tying it up as well. These 3:30 afternoon kicks starting to cook, starting to turn into something special, if you will. So from earlier now today, as we did recap last week, correct? Yes. Because Penn State was off for a bye week. Probably should have been off for another bye week the way they played sleepy the whole entire game for the most part. Got to be able to run the ball better. Offensive play calling, just everything. defense, once again, can't just win the game from start to finish and expect to win. They, even with injuries, it's next man up. That's not an excuse. You just got to keep trucking, keep moving. And yeah, just very frustrating. Very frustrating and heartbreaking as well with the loss. Wins and losses, some final scores from earlier now, and then we'll update some ongoing scores and preview what's still to come later on tonight. Cincinnati, as mentioned, defeated Navy 27-20. Oklahoma once again found another way to win, defeating Kansas 35-23. Michigan 33-7, defeating Northwestern from the Big House in Ann Arbor. Wake Forest put up 70-56, defeating Army, as no defense was played in that game whatsoever. Arkansas 45-3 over Arkansas Pine Bluff. Florida State 59-3, defeating UMass from Tallahassee. Kansas State 25-24 win at Texas Tech. Northern Illinois also won, by a point, 39-38. Tough one though for Penn State, losing in 9 overtimes. Ridiculous. Eastern Michigan 55-24 over Bowling Green. Syracuse came back and beat Virginia Tech. Wow, 41-36. Kent State 34-27 over OHIO. Not State, but the Bobcats. And then games ongoing right now in college football. Fourth quarter, Georgia State leads Texas State 28-16. Just began the second half with Wisconsin and Purdue in the Big Ten West, 13 apiece. 7-7, Oklahoma State, Iowa State. Ole Miss at home leading LSU 10-7. Clemson and Pitt, 7 apiece as well. Rice 20-14 at UAB. Minnesota 17-10 leading Maryland. That game was played on a Friday night last year, if I'm not mistaken, on a Friday night in College Park, in which that went to overtime or double overtime, and it came down to kicking game, if I'm not mistaken. Can't remember exactly who won or what the final score was, but we'll see how good that game, of course, gets, how that wraps up. Along with all these, of course, other games this afternoon. What else we got here? In the MAC, some action at halftime. Miami, Ohio, 16-10, leading Ball State. Also, Toledo 13-3, leading Western Michigan. Buffalo 24-10 over Akron. Cal 20-3 over Colorado. BYU, Washington State tied at 7. New Mexico 14-3 over Wyoming. 14 apiece with Oregon and UCLA in the Chip Kelly game. A few former, head coaches facing their former programs today. Of course, Ed Orgeron, LSU, Ole Miss, Chip Kelly, UCLA, Oregon. Among probably a few others that I'm not seeing here at first. I have to do some thinking or take a deep dive off of the dive bar, but especially the way Penn State lost. Jesus Christ. 10-3 Mississippi State over Vandy. North Texas 14-7 over Liberty. Louisville leads BC 14-7. And then I assume we're in a weather delay with East Carolina and Houston. As it says, it's delayed. First quarter, 0 apiece. Maybe even hasn't even started yet. I have no idea. But it does know, let me know in the comments. But now games still to come later on tonight. Somebody's going to be smoking cigars, whether it's Tennessee or Alabama. I'd say roll tide. Volunteers and Tide from Tuscaloosa tonight at 7. San Diego State Air Force, University of San Antonio, Louisiana Tech. Western Kentucky and Florida International still to come, along with Temple in South Florida. South Alabama and Louisiana Monroe. Nevada, Fresno State. Also Ohio State, Indiana. So Penn State Nation, we'll see how the Buckeyes look if you haven't seen them yet for next week's Penn State Ohio State matchup from the shoe. Ohio State plays at Indiana, 7:30 on ABC. Next Saturday night, Penn State will play at Ohio State, 7:30 ABC as well. So another night game next week. USC Notre Dame, one of the game's most historic rivalries from South Bend, on NBC later. Same time, saw both of those games on side by side, along with Alabama, Tennessee, and either Nevada, Fresno State, but probably San Diego State Air Force, as that's a very quiet, under the radar, low key good matchup tonight. Both, of course, in the Mountain West. One of the two with San Diego State Air Force today is question of the day on social media, so be sure to go vote on the poll. A&M also hosts South Carolina. Miami will host NC State, also in the ACC and the Big 12, along with the Pac-12. Georgia Tech, Virginia, West Virginia, TCU is always a good game. Utah and Oregon State, along with from 12 high noon midnight on the islands. Of course, 7 p.m. local time, the 5-hour difference. The Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii will host New Mexico State. However, today, as we see some aerial shots of LA, West Lafayette, Pittsburgh, and the Grove and Oxford, with, of course, Oregon, UCLA, Wisconsin, Purdue, Clemson, Pitt, and LSU, Ole Miss. Once again, the games I am currently watching, following the Illinois 2-point 20-18 win in overtime at Penn State. Once again, that game just finished up. Shit, it's already 5 o'clock. Been on for a little over 5 hours. It'll be one of the longest streams of the year, no doubt about it. One of the longest, if not the longest, college football I've watched on record stream ever. But hell, we went to 9 overtimes. Longest college football game in history. Man, it sucks, of course, Penn State couldn't win it, but Illinois does. The Fighting Illini pick up a, once again, 20-18, 9 overtime thriller at Penn State here today. I don't even know what time that game wrapped up. It's been a good half hour or so, I'd say now at least, if not longer. I do remember saying it's been 4 hours since this game kicked off, and that was in one of the overtimes. I don't know how many more we played after that, though. Like I said, a lot to comprehend, a lot to, and right now it really doesn't matter anyway, but a lot to unwind with, of course, how the game ended. But game really, in the end, shouldn't even went to overtime. Penn State had numerous opportunities to win in regulation. They didn't, though. Penn State loses again, their second in a row. Losses at Iowa and at home during homecoming here today against Illinois. They're now 5-2. We'll see how far they fall in the rankings. But yeah, Penn State's got to do a better job at running the football and capitalizing off the turnovers. That's why they lost today, because they couldn't stop Illinois' rushing attack. Fighting Illini almost 400 total yards rushing today. They couldn't throw worth a shit, though. But Penn State really couldn't throw either. Clifford was a little bit better, but not by much in his return from injury. And then Penn State couldn't run the ball worth a shit either. So, no wonder it was what defense bends, doesn't break. It was a old school smash mouth defensive showdown in 9 overtimes, the longest ever college football game in history. 9 overtimes. And Illinois defeats Penn State 20-18 in the Big Ten here today. In those 9 overtimes again, 20-18. So congrats to Illinois once again. Congrats to Brett Bielema. Feel, like I said numerous times on this occasion as well, along with if James Franklin would leave, whether it's to USC, LSU, or elsewhere, I said it before, I'll say it again. I feel Matt Roll would be the perfect candidate for the blue and white to return home. But I feel also Brett Bielema is going to get Illinois back on track. And like I said, maybe today's win in 9 overtimes by 2 at Penn State is the spark they need. Only time's going to tell. We'll see. Yeah, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in and listening. We'll dive even deeper at some point down the line with the coaching carousel in college football and the NFL when the time is right. But there's just a little short tidbit from, the opening that I would have ended up saying anyway. So, no, we're going to hold off in length and full for that at a later date. So stay tuned. Yeah, tough loss for Penn State. Very tough loss. Hopefully tune in, though, tomorrow for more live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube in the National Football League, the NFL. Also, next week, keep an eye out for professional wrestling videos from recent events. And the week after, of course, more videos will be published then as well from events I've attended. Just be sure to subscribe. Go check out all the recent videos right here on the channel under the respective playlists if you haven't done so already. All you have to do is hit that red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it as well, stay up to date. Links in the description below for social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, right here on YouTube. That's the easiest way to stay up to date is social media. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. And I'll see everybody now next week for more college football, live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube with the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions, as they'll be a week from now coming off of a 2-game losing skid, hoping not to make it 3, but it's not looking good for the time being. It'll be the Ohio State Buckeyes, the Scarlet and Gray, hosting the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. Next Saturday night, I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. But today, Illinois in 9 overtimes defeats Penn State once again by a final score of 20-18. Thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And college football, NFL, professional wrestling, videos, and live watch-along reactions, always live right here on YouTube. All you have to do is like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below, that red subscribe button, notification bell as well. However, once again, the Nittany Lions of Penn State on homecoming weekend lose to Illinois in the first ever 9 overtime college football game in history. The Illinois Fighting Illini defeat the Penn State Nittany Lions 20-18 in 9 overtimes. Thanks for listening. That does it. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Links in the description below. Once again, your final score. A tough loss. Very heartbreaking for the blue and white. Just end it already. Just end it. I'm about to. I know that's what everybody's thinking. No. Yeah. Tough one. Especially now, a 2-game losing streak. Like I said, not going to be looking pretty next week. But, hey, like I said, maybe they find a way to pick up the win, but who knows? I doubt it. That's why they play the games, though. It's not side on paper, it's on the field. But one game at a time. Move on. But the hot seat just got a little bit hotter for James Franklin. If he'd not necessarily get fired, but if he'd want to move on, nobody would really care. Yeah, we'll see what happens as the days and months tick by. But yeah, today in the Big Ten, on Penn State's homecoming weekend against Illinois, the Fighting Illini defeat the Lions once again by a final score in 9 overtimes, 20-18. Their first top 10 win on the road since defeating number 1 Ohio State with Juice Williams back in 2007. Before then, it was at Michigan with Tom Brady at quarterback for the Wolverines in 1999. Now they go to Penn State and do it in 2021. So what was that? 8 years in between, and then another almost 15 in between. So, yeah, just do the math. I think it'll be a little while longer again until Illinois defeats another top 10 team on the road. If history, of course, will repeat itself, as it always does. But one thing at a time. We'll see how Penn State capitalizes off another loss. How they bounce back. Because that was a big question after the Iowa game. How do they bounce back after a close loss? Well, we just saw, and they lost again in 9 overtimes, nonetheless, at home, 2018 against Illinois. So, yeah, that does it. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Illinois, once again, with a 20-18, 9 overtime win at Penn State against the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. Thank you once again for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Illinois 20, Penn State 18 in the first ever 9 overtime college football game in the 152-year history of college football.